För jag vet att det är en av de som där har översatt till engelska. Och så jag vet att jag i Jylland har gjort... Nej, jag huskar inte namnet.
Nej, gärna.
Rune? Always very interesting. So many fields that we have touched.
Så, då ska vi gå.
Ja, jag har inte snackat engelska för det.
There, Kämpebra. Sorry for this. Dear ambassador, dignitaries, professors, professionals, family of Thor Heyerdahl, colleagues, friends of the Vestfold Museum and the Thor Heyerdahl Institute. I'm very proud to be here today in the residence of the Czech ambassador. And I must say to you that I'm so grateful. We have planned this since 2019, together with the Vestfold and Telemark CountyCounsil, International Department, and Augsburg University, Minnesota, USA. So thank you for your kindness, Ambassador, and thank you for also letting us into your home. That's the home that you have in Norway. Jaroslav is going to Ambassador Knut. I'm saying Jaroslav because he's a friend also. He's going to do some opening remarks just in a few minutes. And the Ambassador Korman from the Turkish embassy, he will come a little bit later. He came on summer of 2021 and has been on board very strongly since then. So I must say that the Museums of Vestfold, that we are very grateful that we have two embassies together with us doing Thor Heyerdahl International Day 2021. This year we're doing this in COVID time. And of course it has been for all of you, also this year being a little bit strange. We have to do things in another way. And we have to learn also, and that is what COVID is a little bit about. So this year we know that we are online when it comes to European network, American networks, and also the networks of many others in Norway and abroad. Very grateful for it. So I hope that everyone that is looking will enjoy and also learn and hopefully act a little bit after this conference. I'm also very proud of the fact that we are a part of the program from UNESCO, and they are having this World Science Day, the 10th of November, on peace and development. They emphasize the strong and important role of science in society, and that's also what we are going to contribute with today. So I just want to say that I'm grateful and humble, and I hope that this day will be a good one for so many participants, both here and also digital. And I will pass the word on to the conferencier, Bettina, from Augsburg University, USA. And then I will just, it's your place and turn.
Good morning, everybody. I think that this microphone is going to be used mostly by me, so when you come up to the podium, we're going to ask you to actually go to this place. But again, thank you, Beate, for your introduction. My name is Bettina Hoff Hermansson, and I am originally from Norway, but I've lived in the United States for a long time. I work at Augsburg University, which is a Lutheran Norwegian based school in Minneapolis, which actually Kurt Rice is an alumni of. So it's great to see you here. Again, thank you for having us in this space. My job really today is to make sure that things go smoothly, right? So in terms of coming up and who's next, and we're going to try to keep the time. I know some of you will go over and some of you might be shorter. And then we also have, in terms of the COVID situation, we have a few videos because people can't really travel. And so that's life right now, right, in COVID time. Yes, so I would like to thank Ambassador Knut for us and for opening your house and home to this conference. And then also, of course, Bettina Heyerdahl, who is here as Thor Heyerdahl's daughter and direct family member. So welcome and thank you for coming. Today's conference is obviously, we want to make sure that you receive the content of the speakers here in this space, but we're also really hoping that the community and our audience around the world will get a great program and receive wonderful content, and we don't have any doubt about that. So, Beate said, I think, that this conference has been since 2006. So many, many years and many, many years to come. And the goals for this year's conference is to put the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals on the agenda, to be an arena for research dissemination, and to invite international lecturers to contribute to this year's theme of migration and identity. We are adding specific emphasis on a few of the goals: reduced inequalities, which is number 10, sustainable cities and communities, which is number 11, peace, justice, and strong institutions, number 16, and partnership for the goals, which is very much aligning with Thor Heyerdahl's goals and emphasis in the work that he did. I will contextualize our conference a little bit later, but first I would like to invite Ambassador Jaroslav Knut up to the podium to wish us welcome. And before you come up, I just want to make sure that Rune Høiseth, that you will be next. Rune is the deputy mayor of Larvik, which is the hometown of Thor Heyerdahl. And then finally, the third person who's going to welcome us is Pavel, who is an expedition member of the Thor Heyerdahl to travel to Easter Island. So, please welcome Ambassador Knut.
Kära Beate Berge, Your Excellency Ambassador of Peru, Your Excellency Ambassador of Turkey, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Warmly welcome to the residence of Czech Ambassador in Oslo. And let me explain why this even takes place in the premises of my home in Norway, as Beate told you. As a young boy, I borrowed in the city library a book who influenced me very much, and probably it caused that I can stay here in Norway as Czech ambassador. And the name of this book was Aku Aku, and its author was Thor Heyerdahl. And I immediately fall in love with Thor's adventures, and since this very first meeting with Thor Heyerdahl, I read through almost all Thor's books and watched many documentaries about his work and life. Thor means Norway for me. And when I visited Norway for the first time in 2006, my steps went immediately and automatically to the County Museum that is located not very far from us. And I'm really happy to greet a close friend of mine, the director of CountyCounsil Museum, Mr. Martin Bill, who is in the audience with us today. Martin, welcome. And there is another important man in the audience who will speak in this opening panel, legend of Czech and world's experimental archaeology and a very close collaborator of Thor Heyerdahl, Dr. Pavel. Pavel, welcome, who has taught to walk the famous sculpture Moai on the Eastern Island, and who was and still is hero of my childhood. And there you can see Dr. Pavel with Thor Heyerdahl before the Moai statue. So it's a very, very famous picture in the Czech Republic. You can see that the Czech track or connection to the Thor Heyerdahl's legacy is pretty close. And when Beate Bjerge from Thor Heyerdahl Institute from Larvik asked me 2 years ago if the Czech embassy would co-host Thor Heyerdahl's International Day, so I was nodding with pleasure and believe me, very quickly. This year's topic of the Thor Heyerdahl International Day is really attractive. It's migration and identity. And it was actually Thor Heyerdahl who, among the first, raised this topic almost 70 years ago. Topic that now, not only today, but during the whole history of mankind, meant challenges, threats, and opportunities. To conclude my welcoming speech, I am looking forward very much to interesting contribution of today's speakers, and I wish you, all of you, whether here in the residence or at PC monitors at home, nice and fruitful experiences. Thank you very much, and once more, welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Dear ambassadors, Heyerdahl family, and all of you are good friends of Thor Heyerdahl. Thank you for being invited to join you today and take part of this Thor Heyerdahl International Day 2021. I feel honored as a deputy mayor of Larvik to be invited to say something here in this opening. The municipality of Larvik has collaborated with the Thor Heyerdahl Institute for a lot of years now, several years. And we also know that it has been international cooperation connected to Thor Heyerdahl heritage. That's important to tell you. And we know that it was in several of countries during a lot of years. And I also want to say and remind you, from 2018, we in municipality of Larvik, we started a friendship agreement with Andorra in Italy. And I'm really proud to be in Andorra and Colamiceri a lot of times. And I'm looking forward to go back when the pandemic is over. We in Larvik, we are also really proud of the fact that Thor Heyerdahl is born in Larvik, and Thor Heyerdahl is a true citizen of the world. That's true. And today we have to remind each other to, he said he couldn't see any borders, but as you know, he have heard about them. And that's a good to speech. Thank you, Jørn. Okay, it's really good to be here. Together, we keep on working to get a better world in the spirit of Thor Heyerdahl. And we still have a job to be done for a sustainable environment. Thank you.
There are thousands of islands on the world, but only one is Easter Island. It's famous Thor Heyerdahl's saying. Dear ambassadors, dear friends, dear family of Thor Heyerdahl, dear friends of Thor Heyerdahl, and hello people on their computers. Millions people on the whole world admired Thor Heyerdahl's excavations, trips, adventure. He was brave, and everybody loved him. I am proud that I was a member of one of his expeditions, and I have to say, I think we are happy that we can continue in his heritage. Thank you all, and I hope new Thor Heyerdahls will be continue. So, thank you for invitation, to Mr. Ambassador, and last saying, I forgot my speech. There are millions clever, hardworking people on the world, but only one for me is Thor Heyerdahl. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those welcoming remarks from all of you. We are going to start the program. Again, I think just to remind the speakers to come up, there are two speakers or microphones, there for you to use, and that is to make sure that the people that are at home get the message through, right? So I know it's a little bit weird to talk because this room is so small too. So everyone here in the immediate room can hear. But just make sure that you talk into or stand right behind those two microphones. So before I introduce the first speaker, I would just like to contextualize and add a few definitions to the terms that we are really talking about today, which is migration and identity. So as we know, the topic of migration and identity is important to the well-being and success of the global community. We know that persons who move leave treasured communities behind, and we know that migration can result in hardship as well as growth on the individual level, but also as a positive impact on our global community. People are constantly moving across our borders, seeking a better future for themselves and their families. Some seek new opportunities because they are forced to migrate. Others move because of given opportunities. Despite any reasons for the decisions, the outcome of migration and identity stands central before us. The International Organization for Migration, IOM, defines a migrant as a person who moves away from their place of usual residence, whether within a country or across an international border, temporarily or permanently, and for a variety of reasons. Then again, identity, there are many different definitions of identity, but I would like to point out that identity is the qualities and beliefs, personality, looks, and expressions that make a person or a group and is formed within the culture in which you live. So, migrating people come from a diverse cultural backgrounds with already formed identities. So what then do we do when identities take place and move to a new place in terms of bringing their own identity as a resource and also creating new identities within their new cultures that they have moved to? How do we look at that as a really an asset in the world and the community of the global world that we're all a part of? To give you just a few statistics, the four most common types of migration: labor migration, 164 million in 2017. Forced migration or displacement, 70 0.8 million in 2018. Human trafficking and modern slavery, 25 million in 2016. Environmental migration, 17.2 million in 2018. And from the World Migration Report from the UN in 2020, just to give you a few numbers, estimated number of international migrants, in 2000 we had 150 million. In 2020 we have 272 million. Number of migrant workers, we don't have any numbers from 2020 or from 2000, but in 2020 we have 164 million people. Number of refugees, 14 million in 2000 and 25.9 million in 2020. Number of internally displaced persons, 21 million in 2000 and 41.3 million in 2020. So, today, we are going to discuss both great research that has been done on this topic of migration and identity. The program is indeed full of wisdom, research, and practical examples, both from Norway and the global stage. And we hope, of course, that you will enjoy today's sessions and speakers. I would like now to make sure that you also look at the bios, because my time up here is going to be little in terms of when I introduce speakers. There are bios where you can get more information about the speakers. The first session of the day is really going to work on or contextualize and talk about the high levels of academics. And the first person who is going to enter the stage is Dr. Katrin Paupst. She's going to talk about identity on the line. So welcome so much to the podium, and we look forward to hearing your session.
Thank you very much, dear ambassadors, dear arrangators, this is not an English word, and dear all who are here. It's a pleasure to be the first speaker. Of course, welcome. Thank you for being here. It's a pleasure to talk to you today and to present a European project which is looking at the long-term consequences of migration. I just try to get it on. You can see here, I'm going to talk about what happens after migration processes. What does not only happen to the migrants themselves, but also to their children and grandchildren. And I'm going to talk mainly about forced migration and about trauma transfer. And firstly, I want to start introducing the project, because as I was introduced, it's an academic project, and we are involving 7 European countries. So, Identity on the Line, which is the name of the project, is a large-scale cooperation project between 7 European countries, 6 museums, cultural history museums, and 1 university. And we are actually all doing the same. We have interviewed former migrants and their kids and grandchildren and have looked at the long-term consequences of the different feelings, the different emotions, of course, the different happenings when you can't talk about them, how they affect you, even if you do not hear about them, you can feel them. So what is happening here? It's a 4-year project. Normally I move all the time, and I heard I'm not allowed to it, so I'm really trying hard to stand very still here. 4 years project, 2 years are finished already, and it's co-funded by Creative Europe, by the European Union, and led of my museum, the Vestfold Museum. I'm the project manager. I don't want to use time by this, but what we are doing is quite, I hope, good outcome. School packages, movies, 8 exhibitions traveling through Europe. So we have quite some activities. I would like to start to introduce the 7 migration processes because they are crucial for what I'm going to say, and you will see that there are very different migration processes. Here in Norway, we have worked on the long-term consequences of the Second World War. This is a temporary migration, we called it. You had almost 500,000 German soldiers have been here in Norway between 40 and 45, and during these 5 years they fall in love with Norwegian girls. They produce approximately 12,000 children. They have been cruel men, they have been good men, but they have been here and they affect Norway until today. I'm a German, as you can hear myself. I came with a lot of shame. I come back to that later. It's not about me, this this lecture, of course, but I know quite some research from Germany as well. In Denmark, also one of our partner countries, we are working on the long-term consequences of the migration from Greenland to Denmark, which is still the Greenlandic people in Denmark are experiencing racism every day today. In Sweden, we are talking about the forced migration of Sami from the north to the south of Sweden 100 years ago. And today, 100 years later, the descendants of the people who came and the descendants of the people who have been there before do not speak the same language and don't speak with each other, mainly. Poland is working on the population exchange. The Germans had to leave Poland, as some areas of Poland, as you might know, and the Polish people who moved in the houses were always afraid the Germans would come back. It was quite tough in Lithuania, working with the long-term consequences of the Holocaust. And Slovenia and Croatia are related to the wars in the 90s. So this is our material, and together, I just have to get it here. Where do I have to peek? Which direction do I have to lead? Is this direction? In sum, we have conducted 164 in-depth interviews between 3 and 15 hours long with the migrants themselves and their kids and grandchildren. And the process have been intense also for us talking to the people, because we have heard stories they have never shared before. So please note, I'm going now to give you some examples, what I'm talking about, before summing up. And I start with very nice, peaceful quotes before I go over to some other quotes. You can just read the information down here while I just will read to you the main quote. This book is almost as old as I am. My mother took it with her in 1975 when she came to Slovenia, carrying me and one suitcase. I think that for my mother it represented a link to her home, because at that time women went in search of a way to earn their daily bread. My mother went alone and settled down here. What I remember most about those days is the smell of home-cooked food, chicken soup, wild cherry strudel, the smell of home, the smell of a time that has passed and will never come back. You can feel already, here was a lady traveling alone with her kid, and the kid could feel the sorry of her mother the rest of her life. Danish. Being Danish and a quarter Greenlandic is like putting together a confusing puzzle. The pieces do not fit together, and a number of pieces are missing, especially from the Greenlandic side. The challenge has been to create myself as a whole person with the pieces I have had available to me. That has created a whole, or a sense of want in my identity, which is about what my roots look like. And this I'm coming back again and again to. The third generation, the second and the third, if they don't, who are they? If they maybe don't know what has happened, or don't get the information, I come back to that. Or just who are they if they never had real roots? We stayed in Trieste, Italian city for those of you not familiar with the area. We stayed in Trieste for 3 days at the silos. We slept on the floor, right on the floor, without blankets, nothing, just like animals. You can imagine the pain my mother and my father experienced. It's about the feelings which still are there after so many years in the people who were young kids when this happened. And the last, before I sum up the first round, Slovenia, my new country, did not want me. Or, amid the uncertainty of a newly formed country, it did not wish me well. Years of complete uncertainty followed without any valid documents, no health insurance or social as well as physical security. Grey years, years of struggle, struggle for survival, struggle for identity. As I was losing battle after battle against the almighty bureaucracy, for 8 years, I was gaining strength, perseverance, love, empathy, softness, and the ability to forgive. If I sum up all the 164 interviews which we have heard, we have seen, the partners and I, we have found common traits in all interviews. And these common traits are ongoing attempts to find one's own identity somewhere between the following poles: home and away, belonging and alienation, silence and openness, resilience and vulnerability, injustice and reconciliation. And each of the 168 people we talked to would place themselves somewhere on these lines. Of course, everyone at a different place. I would like to use some minutes to go a little bit deeper into this aspect. I could go into every aspect. I take this one. I chose it because it's related to Norway and the descendants we talked to from the Norwegian, or from the time where the Germans were here during the war. And it is also related to the Holocaust because, as I told you, in Lithuania, one of my colleagues is working with the Holocaust survivors and their kids and grandchildren. 3 more quotes for you, and then it's enough quotes. It's about silence and openness, and especially silence. If you don't know what happened, if you don't get the information you need to find your own identity. Did mother talk about the war? No. We both never spoke about the war. Then we were together and we never spoke about the war. My granddaughter used to push me. Tell. No, I didn't say anything terrible. I only used to tell just a little bit. I wanted to forget, just delete everything. This is already in the core of what we found, that there is something happening between these generations. If the first generation experienced something really traumatic during the migration process, they couldn't or wouldn't talk about it. Maybe it was too traumatic. Maybe it was just something they did and they felt ashamed about it. The kids accepted the silence. They suffered and they reacted, but they accepted. Not the third generation. They ask questions because they have a distance. They are looking for answers, and sometimes they don't get it, and they suffer with it their whole life. One more. When did your children ask questioning you? It is already a slightly painful question in the sense that I didn't tell them anything. My children didn't ask me. Now, as it's in the last years when the Jewish community emerged during the years of independence, this topic started to be spoken about more. When they told me some years ago that they had felt the pressure all the time, I said to them, I didn't say anything to you. I didn't tell you stories. No, you didn't tell us, but we felt it. That's the point. We felt it. When we worked on the Norwegian sub-project, we were contacted by a German lady who, I didn't know it, even if I'm a German, of course I didn't know her. She said, my father was stationed in Norway during the Second World War, and he came back deeply traumatized, most certainly because he had to do something. Okay, he did something. This was a guy who did something, but he came back very traumatized, as she said. Something terrible happened in Norway during the war. Something terrible that was going to leave its marks on my father more than anything else. Something so strong that he was never willing to talk about it. Something that traumatized him so profoundly that it affected our entire family, even us 4 siblings who have never experienced the war. In this way, the war somehow became part of our lives too. This man who was stationed in Norway during the Second World War, built a Norwegian cabin somewhere in the woods in the south of Germany. And that was the only place where he could smile, but he could never talk about what has happened. And the last one, this is the kid of a German soldier. From my early childhood, I was instructed not to tell anyone that I came from Germany. In the aftermath of the war, I understood that these cover stories were good for me. I had friends who did not have such cover stories and who ended their lives as adults, shooting themselves because they couldn't cope with it anymore. And I just want to mention here already, unfortunately, I don't have time to talk about it, but the local societies where this happened was extremely important. If the local society was supporting, and they could support the mothers who fall in love with the German soldiers and the kids, it went well. If we are in big cities where the society supported the punishment of the traitors, it went really well. It went really bad for several of them. I just want to slightly say why this is important for museums and cultural institutions. It is because you never know what is inside of a person, and the person itself often does not know which feelings are hidden there, because there is something happening between the generations you are not aware of. I'm a third generation myself. I was not aware of anything. I know now I'm a kid of a migrant myself. Now nobody ever talked about it. I have it in my body. I have everything still in my body, and research proves it. I can come back to that. But what I first want to mention is the traumatic memories and how trauma can be transferred from one generation to the others. Do I still have 5 minutes or something like that? You think so, okay. Otherwise you have to stop me. You have my watch, so you have to tell me when it's... So I want to talk about the transfer of traumatic memories, and of course I can't go really deep into the research here and now, but I just want to mention some of the aspects. Trauma can, of course, happen in all kinds of circumstances. Now I relate it to migration. It could happen to anyone. Every accident could lead to a trauma. Everything which threatens your life. It's an emotional response to a terrible event like an accident, rape, or natural disaster. Immediately after the event, shock and denial are typical. Longer-term reactions include unpredictable emotions, flashbacks, strained relationships, and even physical symptoms like headache or nausea. There are very clear signals of trauma. I don't go into that. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not someone working with this normally. I'm just an ethnologist and a historian, and I think museums and cultural institutions are underestimating how big the importance of trauma is, which you might have in your families, but never talked about, and suddenly you are triggered by something you see in a museum, you hear at a conference, you experience somewhere, and you react in a way which is not clear for you yourself, how you react and why you react like that. So there is now we just got financed, the Art Council Norway have just financed additional research project to look a little bit closer into these theories. I haven't done so yet, I just mentioning it. We will do so, because what we found when we were working on the 164 interviews, that there are theories which might explain why the third generation, as myself, still can feel and sense something, and they ask questions, they don't get answers necessarily, but they have something in their body which they can't understand. Why? How is this possible? How is biology working? I have no idea, but we started to try to look into theories. And there are 3 ways, according to epigenetic experts, there are 3 ways how a trauma could be transferred from one generation to the second to the third. The one is, of course, that you have a mother or a father who is acting in a certain way while you are growing up. So you have always felt that there is something because your father or mother is acting in a way which seemed a little bit not appropriate to what you experienced then and there. So there is a kind of behavior which is important. Then, while you're in the womb of your mother, you can, of course, biology tells stress feeling could be transferred. But then, and that is quite new, in addition, we know today that even if the genetic material is, of course, the same. When you're born, you get a genetic material and you keep it the rest of your life. But what epigenetics have found out the last years and finding out more about all the time, while we speak actually, is that when someone experienced extreme stress due to a trauma, there is a kind of marker. I would call it marker now, and I'm no biologist, so excuse my not being 100% accurate, but there is a kind of marker which can, in the minutes or when the trauma happens, influences or just puts on the genetic material, and this marker, which is a stress marker, here something happens, you have to react, your body has to react, you have to prepare. This marker can be transferred to the generations to come. And thereby, a third generation could react in a totally unlogical way to something the first generation has experienced. In Germany, since 20 years, for example, around about, more and more people, grandchildren and children of the soldiers who still feel shame, but also the people, migrants in Germany, as you might know, there was a big migration process in the end, forced migration in the end of 45. 14 million Germans had to leave the one part of Germany, move to the others. Germany is full of people who still experience, for example, my generation, that there a fear of don't get enough food, a fear of not being able to secure your life, all these kind of things which are totally not rational. And there is some research going on that this is due to these kind of findings. So thank you very much. I think I stop here. I had to stand still, so it might not have been so energical, but thank you very much for you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pabst. And I'm wondering too, and maybe this is a question for later, but I think a lot of the research that will be delivered and shared with us today is research that we might want to read. So maybe we could, on the Thor Heyerdahl website, put out links to maybe more of the research so we can read more about it. Thank you so much. The next person up is Professor Kurt Rice. He is the rector of NMBU right now. He is an American. Maybe I can say that. You have lived in Norway maybe longer than you have lived in the United States. But Kurt Rice went to Augsburg University, so he has his bachelor's from there. I also know his wife. They have been great, really role models for the way of immersion for language learning, so which I've been a part of in the United States, actually. So I want to welcome you to the podium too, Professor Rice, and your session will be Roots and Boots. No, sorry, that is you. I jumped too far. My apologies. Get your move on. Universities, pandemics, and the future of internationalization.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, and good morning to those of you who are following along from afar as well. It's such a privilege to be here today and to have the opportunity to reflect and tell a little bit about the work that we're trying to do at the Norwegian University of Life Sciences that's related to the topic of our session today. Unlike many of the others of you, I did not know Thor Heyerdahl, and I haven't had the chance to study his work so carefully, but I did enjoy learning some about his work in preparation for today. And as our colleague from the city government referred to, I was inspired especially by this quote that you promote here about borders. I've never seen one, but I've heard they exist in the minds of some people. I wish I could say that had been my personal experience, but I think it's a wonderful goal and an idealistic perspective. And it's certainly true that I would like to see us move in the direction of a greater prioritization of social and personal and societal development rather than a strengthening of borders in ways that are in the news even in the last couple of days. It's wonderful that we can try to combine topics like internationalization and migration with sustainable development goals, and of the ones that were mentioned in the introduction this morning, it's especially the last one of the SDGs, number 17, about partnerships, that is really important for me in my work as a university president. These goals are incredibly complex and also interrelated in ways that are scientifically interesting. For example, one thing I'm very interested in is about educating girls in poor countries and how that relates to things like poverty reduction and thereby reduced inequality and thereby better public health and thereby reduced population growth, and the connections here are massive. That compels us to think in our scientific work about interdisciplinarity and what that means. These problems are so big that we can't really tackle them easily with one field. We have to find ways at universities to reduce the tendency to work in silos. This approach and these ideas about interdisciplinarity really are necessary to inspire academic cooperation. And at the university that I lead, which has a historical focus on agricultural and veterinary issues, these tensions pop up also. So if we want to think about how to reduce hunger, which is something that we care a lot about at my institution, that perhaps goes hand in hand with increasing agricultural productivity. And that has some negative effects on biodiversity, on soil quality, on health issues, on access to water, on all sorts of things. So these are incredibly complex goals in and of themselves, and the interaction of them is even more complicated. We have a commitment at the Norwegian University of Life Sciences. In Norwegian, we say that we have a felles innsats for en bærekraftig fremtid, and that means that we work together to create a sustainable future. And when we're trying to create the conditions for that, we're trying to build up strong disciplines, high-quality research, high-quality education, and a culture of interdisciplinarity. And that we do in lots of ways. And I'd like to mention a couple of those. One of them is that we've developed something that we call sustainability arenas. So we have identified several groups on campus which necessarily work across faculty boundaries in order to advance our work on sustainability. Two of those are especially related to our topics today about migration and identity, and I'll tell you a little bit more about those in a moment. But just as important as the interdisciplinarity that we're working on is the international perspective that we try to bring to our work. At the Norwegian University of Life Sciences, 20% of our undergraduate and master students are foreigners. 50% of our PhD students are foreigners. So we have, on the one hand, a foundation for internationalization of our work, but we still aren't thinking about it enough as a resource in the work that we're doing. Universities play a very, very important role. The nature of the institution is to create new knowledge, whether that's through education of students or through the discoveries of research. And international cooperation is essential to that, not only in terms of cooperation, but also because it creates the opportunity for the sharing and transfer of knowledge. So we have, for example, at the university where I work, we have an agroecology program that's almost entirely international students. The issues are international. There's a very high number of international faculty members there. And we work there to try to bring the perspectives of those students and faculty into that work. The arguments for the benefits of diversity of many kinds are well known, and when people come together to solve a problem with different backgrounds, the likelihood of innovative solutions is increased. So part of the job that we have to do at the universities is to appreciate and directly exploit the internationalization of the population there. Science is international by nature, and if you're aspiring to excellence, you have to work with the best people. That perspective has been the source of a rather intense debate in the Norwegian media in recent weeks about the position of foreigners in academia. According to people who keep track of these statistics, almost 30% of the employees in Norwegian universities are foreigners. And that creates the situation for something that we can see around the world in lots of different contexts, namely that it becomes a challenge to national pride when a high percentage of highly skilled workers have to be imported. And that pride is possible to bump into in public discussion, and that's been happening in Norway, where in recent weeks some challenges about the number of foreigners in academia have been promoted in the media, and then foreigners themselves have attempted to respond to that, an activity which is not for the faint of heart. The appreciation of the internationalization of the universities is in and of itself then a controversial issue, and I think that we're not using it enough. Nonetheless, just as an anecdote, I can tell you that in 2015, when I became the rector of what is now called Oslo Metropolitan University, that was the first time in the history of this country that a non-Norwegian had been at the head of an institution of higher education. So the internationalization of the sector has taken a very long time. But we continue to work for even more internationalization in different ways as triggered by some of the causes of migration that were mentioned earlier. For example, one important program that many of the institutions of Norway, including my own, are increasing their engagement with is an international program called Scholars at Risk, where we try to create opportunities for scholars, especially in war-torn areas, to to be able to pursue their careers for a while in Norway. And actually just the other day, we initiated a process with 2 scholars from Afghanistan who will be coming for 2 years each to the Norwegian University of Life Sciences soon, and that's an activity that increases the internationalization of the institution. I'd like to talk for a little bit about climate. Climate and climate change are, of course, one of the big sources of migration, as was mentioned by way of introduction today. I spent last week in Glasgow at COP26, and that was a fascinating experience, but I find that although we're now all talking about the consequences of climate change for poor countries, our discussion in Norway is nonetheless more about science than about the social sustainability that's related to that. So we're talking about climate change, we're talking about biodiversity, we're talking about environmental issues, we're talking about sustainable economics, but we're not talking quite so much about social sustainability, maybe because we live in such a safe country, I don't know. And that's where I would like to mention, especially one of the sustainability arenas that we have at the Norwegian University of Life Sciences. We have this group that's working with a project called Towards Sustainable Cities and Communities. And what they do in their work there is try to explore local transformation in the face of these global challenges. So they take issues like climate change, like COVID-19, like rapid urbanization, and think and work about how that is connected to health and well-being, to issues about sustainable development and how that connects to the feeling of social belonging in everyday interactions, environmental quality of local surroundings, and so on. The challenges that they find are grounded in things like rising polarization, which is also perhaps a consequence of migration, crises of legitimacy, and social inequality. They take and we take an interdisciplinary approach to sort of co-learning, you might say, by working closely with communities who face these kinds of challenges, but they also bring the force of our work in green technology and nature-based solutions into that discussion. We also are doing work on what we call green smart cities, where we're trying to draw from all of the different groups at the University of Life Sciences who are working on agriculture and new technologies for agriculture, working on changing the structure of plants so that they deliver more protein, and working on, not least of all, the resources of the ocean and Norway's unique position there, bringing these all together in new ways to think about how to make sustainable cities and more sustainable working environments, living environments, so that as those cities experience the pressure of migration and internationalization, they're prepared to tackle those challenges in a sustainable way. We talk a lot, and I'm sure that we're going to continue talking today about big context issues, but especially as became clear in the last presentation, migration is ultimately about individuals and the impact that those individuals experience and the societies that they come to experience. And the contexts for those are many and rich: social injustice and war, we've heard about already. The pandemic, of course, is very present in all of our minds, but also the nature of the workforce. As a migrant myself, I feel the effect of migration, and I see it sometimes in my family, sometimes in those around me. Some people lose their sense of belonging, and for me, I found it not in becoming a Norwegian, which I'm not, but rather in having a heightened understanding of myself as a foreigner, which is a completely central part of my identity. And part of what's been difficult for me in this debate in Norway in recent weeks is that I try to engage in it as a foreigner, and then what I get back from Norwegians is, no, not you, you're not a foreigner. So I'm denied my identity as a foreigner because I'm a relatively well-integrated one, and that leaves me with no position. And it's a very strange experience. So those individual costs can be very, very high and really go very, very deep into one's identity. Some of that has been exacerbated by the pandemic, so isolation from one's family. And for example, I have never seen once in Norway any discussion whatsoever about the cost of the pandemic for foreigners who live in Norway, even though it's a totally special situation, and that's not a discussion which is possible for a foreigner to raise. So because of cultural issues. So I think that while it's incredibly important to study migration and mobility academically, and I'm deeply committed to that approach to the generation of knowledge, it's also important societally to continue to heighten awareness about the individual side of mobility and internationalization, and to find ways not to be offended by that, but rather to use that as a resource in our further development. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Rice. I think it's hard to just end these presentations. I think there's just a lot of like, can we ask questions? We're not going to do that today for the sake of our friends that are watching us remotely. But what's wonderful is that there are questions, at least in my mind, being raised, and I wish that I could ask you those questions. So there will be more to come, right, in terms of all of these amazing themes. Now it is your turn, Dr. Thomas Hilon Eriksen, professor in the Department of Social Anthropology at the University of Oslo. Welcome to the stage. Your session is indeed called Roots and Boots, Identity in a Changing Time. So welcome.
Yes, thanks very much. Thanks very much indeed, and thank you for the opportunity that I'm being given to speak of issues which are of great significance in this day and age. I mean, you can hardly open a newspaper without being made aware of, in one way or another, squibbles about identity. I mean, Professor Kurt Rice just mentioned, I mean, the recent debate we've been having in Norway around the relationship between Norwegian and foreign staff or faculty at institutions of higher education, and which has generated a lot of emotion, far more emotion, far more passion than most debates that we see, where clearly something important is at stake for people. And then, I mean, just as I was coming here this morning, I was, as I often do, reading the New York Times on my mobile phone, okay? And there were no less than 2 articles on the front page of the New York Times about critical race studies, you know, which has become a very contentious question in the United States, and where there are lots of rumors, many unsubstantiated, a lot of fake news and heated discussions, but also some real disagreements about the significance of race and the way in which we should talk about race, not least in school. And it seems to have been decisive, you know, just now in an election in was it in Virginia, I think, where the question of critical race studies in fact seemed to have tipped the scales towards the Republicans because of some false rumors that had been spread about how children in school should be brainwashed to learn that white people were all racist, even if they didn't know that they were. So, I mean, I mean, as a way of saying that the debate about identity, belonging, is not new, but there is something new about the way in which it is being dealt with today. And I think if I were to just say one thing about the way in which the debate has changed in the last, say, couple of decades. Well, I have to say 2 things, okay? And then some more things afterwards. One is that there has been a perceptible shift in politics across the world from class to identity as a focus for political allegiance. You know, I mean, in the 1970s and 1980s, I mean, when Kurt Rice and I were sort of young men and trying to orient ourselves in the world, class was a big question, the big issue. Inequality There was Marxism, there were liberals, there were people who somehow dealt with class identity. The trade unions were powerful in many countries, and the political parties were conveniently arranged, organized on a left-right sort of dimension, okay? They were either to the left or to the right. And the common view in Scandinavia was that, well, you know, in the Soviet Union, okay, they've sort of done away with some of the inequality. I mean, it's a more equal society. And they have a lot of security, but they don't have a lot of freedom. They have no freedom, because if you speak your mind, you're sent off to a gulag or to work in the salt mines for the rest of your life, or you just disappear. Whereas in the United States, the situation was the opposite. They had all the freedom they could dream of, certainly regarding freedom of expression through the First Amendment. But they had so little insecurity that people had to sleep with a gun under the pillow for fear of outsiders. So in Scandinavia, we'd found the balance, okay, between security and freedom. So this was about class. Now there has been a shift, very perceptible, towards identity as a focus. Think about India, which is now governed by right-wing Hindu populists. It wasn't the case. You know, the Congress Party, Nehru's party, they were concerned with development and with inclusiveness, and they had debates about ways in which they could include the low caste and the so-called untouchables in the public sphere. And they regarded Muslims as Indians. They were Indians. They lived in India. They were born there. Whereas Hindutva bases its politics, the BJP, the current governing party, Modi's party in India, bases its politics on suspicion towards others. You know, a political strategy that we recognize from many parts of Europe as well. And that was just one example. I could have gone on, but you see what I mean. This shift has been very clear, and it is no longer easy to arrange political movements on the simple sort of left-right dimension, because we have to deal with the way in which they talk about identity. I could have gone on at length about how this is being played out in a country like Norway, but I won't. So that's the first thing I wanted to say. The second thing I wanted to say is that one of the reasons that there is such a passionate debate about identity is uncertainty. You know, it's a general uncertainty. There has been a general destabilization of identities. It is no longer clear, if it ever were, how to be a good man. What is it? I mean, how do you go about to be a good man? There's no script. The script has been lost. There are no rules. You have to negotiate your gender identity as you go along. The other identities are also being destabilized. I mean, the gender identity as such, the trans movement, the LGBT movement, or LGBTIQ plus movement, to be accurate, shows that even, you know, gender identity as such is being contested. Which we've seen, I mean, only in the last few years. You said, well, I've seen this during the pandemic, okay, on Zoom meetings. That some, you know, the convenient thing with Zoom meetings, for those of us who have difficulties remembering names, is that everybody's name is on the screen. At the bottom of the little two-dimensional picture of the person. And then sometimes they have a bracket after saying she, her, or he, him. Indicating which personal pronoun they prefer to use about themselves. Which, honestly, I mean, it was not an issue, okay, a generation ago. J.K. Rowling, the famous author of Harry Potter, almost lost her credibility totally when she said something sarcastic about the destabilization of gender, because the word for women was meant, some people wanted to replace it, okay, with people who menstruate. Because, you know, trans women, okay, they don't menstruate, but they have the right to be recognized as women. And J.K. Rowling said something sarcastic online about, you know, we used to have a word for these people who menstruate in the past. Oh, what was it again? It started with a W, I think. Was it woman, you know? That sort of joke. And that joke was, it was not received, I mean, as a sort of, as a kind of, as a fun thing in certain quarters. So why am I saying all this? Because the kind of identities which we will mainly be talking about here, I guess, are not gender identities. I mean, and they're not sort of the class versus other identities, but the questions to do with identity are far more comprehensive, and they penetrate into people's lives in a much more fundamental way than sort of superficial discussions about nationalism, ethnicity, and religion might suggest. So there is something here about how to be a good person, how to be the kind of person I want to be in the 21st century, and who's going to tell me? And how can I make sure that I am not doing the wrong thing? So these were the two things I wanted to say. As I always say when I've spoken for about half an hour after this short introduction. But now I will be a bit more systematic, because I think already two speakers have quoted the late Thor Heyerdahl for saying that, you know, borders, I've never seen one, but I hear they exist in the minds of some people. And that's a wonderful quotation. But as a social scientist, I have to say, had it been so simple, you know, the world would have been a different place. Yes, it's true, we cannot see the borders. When you cross between Norway and Sweden in a non-pandemic situation, you hardly notice it. You hardly notice crossing it. I mean, but then you get out of the car and you hear people speaking and you realize that, you know, yeah, I mean, it's not an entirely foreign language, but it's a bit different. And there seems to be a linguistic boundary, okay? And in addition, there's a political boundary. If you live in Töcksfors, you pay your taxes somewhere else, okay? You watch your TV news, if you still do. If people still watch TV news, I'm not sure if they do, on a different channel. And the moment you cross the border, you know, I drive across quite often to Sweden in non-pandemic times, and you listen to the radio, or you have a mobile phone connection. Suddenly the network changes. Suddenly, your radio signals shift, okay, to Swedish or Norwegian, and your mobile network shifts from Telenor to Telia or whatever. So there are, and these are just anecdotal examples of the fact that although we cannot see these borders, they're real. Now, let me dwell a little bit on the border between Norway and Sweden, because it said something about a historical development which is now being contested by social scientists and by others. But there has been a social development. And historically, we may say that the history of modernity and of nation building has consisted in the replacement of a world of many small differences with a world of just a few major ones, the national. Okay? And if you weren't a card-carrying member of the nation, either we forced you to become one through assimilation, we exterminated you, which was actually far more common than many people are aware. Or we isolated you in some kind of enclave in a sort of hilly landscape where you couldn't do any harm, for example. Or we, those were the three main methods. You assimilated, you exterminated, or you excluded. You just threw them out. You said you've no business being here. So a world of many small differences was turned into a world of a few major ones. And since I started to talk about the Swedish-Norwegian border, let me just, use that as an illustration, and a linguistic illustration. Before the era of nation building, let's say before the mid-19th century, when it really took off, when there was a great concern with being a member of the nation and what it entailed and what it took. Before that, people didn't care. They were farmers or fishermen, or, they may, if they lived in the town, they knew lots of different kinds of people because they traded with them and they had relationships with them, and it didn't really matter. But, and in every little hamlet and every little valley you passed through, if you drove from Bergen to Stockholm, traveled, you couldn't drive in the 1840s. You traveled slowly, outdoors, unpleasantly, but still you stopped in every little hamlet and valley, and you noticed that they had their own dialect, and they were slightly suspicious of people from the neighboring valley. They had stories. Just like where we live, Sandefjord and Tønsberg have mutual stereotypes. There's a lot of narcissism of small differences. But yet, as they say in Africa, they are our enemies. We marry them. You built alliances, and you had joking relationships, but you had your distinct local identity, which was very, very local. And around the border between Norway and Sweden, somehow the Swedish, the Norwegian dialects or accents, they merged into Swedish ones almost imperceptibly. And this can still be noticed on both sides of the border, where in Østfold, I mean near the Swedish border, you have lots of Swedish words and Swedish sounds. The Østfold L is infamous in the rest of Norway for being sort of a distinct marker. And the same on the Swedish side of the border. You can hear the echoes of something which sounds a bit Norwegian. And when we travel to Göteborg from Oslo, you're sort of abroad, but you're not quite as much abroad as you are in Stockholm and Uppsala, because they face east. They're Baltic cities, and Göteborg is Atlantic and has this long-standing relationship with Denmark, Norway. So even today, we see remnants of a world of many small differences. And yet, as I said, the dialects merge into one another. You couldn't really tell where they stopped. And it didn't really matter because people didn't have a lot to do with the state. So the state was a very minor part of their life world. It didn't really matter. But today, you can clearly draw the boundary between the Norwegian and the Swedish dialects. And on both sides of the border, the variation, the linguistic variation is less than it was. Although it remains considerable in Norway, partly for political reasons, but it's less. Owing to the flattening, standardizing, homogenizing process of nation building. So this is something new. And I said 1850s, but we could move closer to our own time. And since we are in the residence of the Czech ambassador, Prague, until the Second World War, was a crossroads. It was a cultural crossroads. Like so many cities, it was a place where it was a meeting place, where you exchange goods, you exchange ideas, words, impulses. They were sort of these vibrant places where the whole point about the city was this was where people of different backgrounds actually met and did business together. And this goes a long way to explain the cultural creativity and the political creativity that we associate with the great cities of Central Europe, such as Prague and Vienna, which was the most exciting city in Europe before the 1930s, and which has been dead since. Since 1945, because the minorities, especially the Jews, disappeared. And with Prague, you had, three big groups, okay? You had the German speakers, you had the Czech speakers, and you had the Jews, who were often German speakers, but often bilingual. Franz Kafka was perfectly bilingual. He could have written in Czech had he wanted to, and sometimes Yiddish. And that was typical, and it wasn't seen as a problem. Before the age of nation building, when suddenly whether you were this, that or the other became a big issue. I could have mentioned other cities. I could have spoken about Sarajevo, which was also one of those crossroads, with Serbs, Croats, Bosnian Muslims and Jews, and a few others. I mean, Habsburgs, in Sarajevo, you can still see the border, between the Turkish and the Habsburg part of the city, which runs through the city center. So it was this diverse place. It no longer is the case. It's now, 98% or something Bosniak. And there are a few sort of Croat families who cling on, but who knows how long they're going to stay. So there has been this process of simplification. That is a job that has been performed by nation building. And this is also the straitjacket against which many react. And one of the reasons why the debate over boundaries and borders and identities are so heated these days, because people feel that they are locked in a straitjacket that they didn't choose themselves, which is that of a restricted sort of monocultural identity. But I have to move on. We're doing okay with time. I noticed that we are doing fine with time, but I won't take all morning because I have another few things I wanted to say. Now, the story I've told now may lead to the conclusion that we should sort of revert to the pre-nation building era. But I'm afraid there is no turning back, just as the solution to climate change is not to become hunters and gatherers. We cannot. We're 8 billion, and we cannot all become hunters and gatherers, even if we may learn something from them. And what my message has been so far is that, there's no turning back the clock, because there is something about the modern state that is hard to do something about. But maybe we can still learn something from the past and from others, and see how they deal with diversity, with difference. In the Pacific, in Polynesia, in Rapa Nui, and in other Polynesian islands, people deal with the cultural difference in a very different way from what we're used to doing in Europe. I mean, in Melanesia, it's quite common still in the Solomon Islands, for example, which has dozens of languages. Unlike in Polynesia, which is linguistically more homogeneous, that when two people meet, they might address each other in each other's language as a form of politeness, okay? In other words, if I meet one of you who has German as the first language, I should speak German to you and you should respond in Norwegian as a way of mutual way of showing respect. And showing that, in fact, cultural differences are not dangerous. On the contrary, they're quite enriching. But I will not dwell on the Pacific, but the point is that there are many different ways of dealing with diversity, and nationalism is just one. Okay, but borders do exist. As I said, the border between Norway and Sweden has become very real. We can draw the border, and it is. I mean, there are political entities, there are cultural identities, and even if they don't have the cultural identity, you have to pay tax in one country. So it has a very real existence, and borders do not merely exist in people's minds. And the only thing that exists in the world are differences, in a certain sense. The only thing that exists are differences. If they didn't exist, nothing would exist. So identity is shaped by being different from something else. That's what defines identity. It's a contrast with something else. The problem today is that we have too little freedom. There are too few. In many cases, you're only allowed to be one thing. I mean, Kurt Rice cannot be a foreigner in Norway because he doesn't fit. He's white, he's well assimilated, he speaks great Norwegian with a slight North Norwegian accent, okay, after many years in Tromsø, and professionally successful. But you still, but that kind of slot doesn't exist. So the simplification, there's a McDonaldization of identity going on, okay? The McDonald's logic, homogenization, simplification, standardization, cheap entrance ticket, short learning curve. You can learn everything you need on your mobile phone. You don't have to read books, that sort of thing, which enters into the world of identity as well. And this is what we should deal with, because these borders are real, and they're not just in people's minds. It's not enough to teach people about cultural diversity and the virtues of tolerance if you live in a profoundly unjust society. I mean, I've done much of my anthropological research in Mauritius, in the Indian Ocean, which is a culturally diverse place. It's not as culturally diverse as people think, but it's ethnically diverse, which means that people have different identities, they may speak different languages, but they say pretty much the same thing. They aspire to the same careers, they have the same consumption patterns. So it's superficially very diverse, but not as diverse as many people may think. But it's also a society which is deeply committed to multiculturalism. You have the Hindus, the Muslims, the Creoles who are Catholics, the Chinese, and even a sprinkling of people of European origin, who are the old elites. Les 15 familles, the 15 families who owned all the sugar estates, and who still to some extent do. But it's very tolerant, so that the Telugu have their annual celebration. Okay, the Telugu New Year, it's a public holiday, even though the Telugu are just 3% of the population. Every Monday, there's a Hindi film on TV, and they used to be. I mean, now people don't watch, they watch Netflix, okay? They don't watch TV anymore. But there used to be a Hindi film. Everybody watched the Hindi film, and it was subtitled in French so you could follow. On Friday, there was always a French movie. You see, that's the logic of multiculturalism. Every group should have their sort of place in the sun. And what was the unofficial national culture was Creole. That was the culture of people of African origin. The Sega music, which is the sort of Indian Ocean version of the calypso and the reggae, and the blues. Every post-slavery society has its version of the blues. And in Mauritius, it's a Sega. So you have the Sega music with flowery skirts on the beach and lots of beer and rum and, drumming. And you see what I mean, the unofficial national culture, which has been produced on site, not been imported from anywhere else. It was not Indian, it was not Chinese, it was not African, it was just Mauritian. Excuse me. And why am I saying this? I'm saying this because this is a society committed to tolerance and to respect and multiculturalism, and they're doing pretty well. It's peaceful, it's democratic, there's lots of corruption and lots of miscontent, but they have a free press. So they criticize the politicians all the time, and the healthy sort of vibrant public discourse. Okay? And yet, this does not help to do anything about the social hierarchies. After 50 years of independence, with a multiculturalist ideology, you still have the Quinze familles, who are called de Robillard, and they have, French sort of aristocratic names, who still own half the island. And if you're a Creole from a village, the chance of you getting a higher education is still less than 2%. So you can have a very multiculturalist society with lots of tolerance, which can be used to conceal the real facts of social hierarchy and inequality. So that it doesn't really, you see, it does solve some problems, but not all. Let me give you another example. In Cyprus, which is also a divided society, with Turkish speakers and Greek speakers since the 1970s. There may be an assumption from the outside that Turks and Greeks don't like each other because they have different religions and languages and eat different food. Well, I mean, if you go to Cyprus and you speak with people there, as I have, and as some of my colleagues have done to a greater extent than me, people have carried out research, turns out that there isn't much by way of cultural animosity. You speak to Greek Cypriots, and they will say, I rather like Turkish food. I think Turkish music is great. And, and the language is fantastic. It's a rich sort of language which has produced great works of literature and poetry. And I don't mind their religion. They've got their religion, we've got ours, and when you look closely, they're not that different. But, because there's always a but, okay? The problem was that after the petition, so many people lost their property. And we know that these accusations are being made on both sides. Greek Cypriots who feel that the Turks got more than their share when the island was divided, and vice versa. Turkish Cypriots who feel that the Greeks actually they took my grandfather's house. I mean, I'm not getting him back, and I haven't got anything by way of compensation. So this is not about cultural prejudice. It's about the feeling of injustice. Social injustice. So if you are a Palestinian on the West Bank, it doesn't really help to learn about tolerance and that you should regard the Jews as your equals when you live in one of those cramped settlements, which is almost like a warehouse, and one of those cramped settlements where you have a little bit of water dripping out of the tap about 2 hours a day, and then you look up to the illegal settlements. Okay, the illegal Israeli settlements, where they've got swimming pools and green lawns. So when you're confronted with this kind of situation, it doesn't help, to take courses in intercultural communication and tolerance. It can only take you so far. And this is one of the problems with some of the more idealistic views of identity. We think that if we only change people's minds, everything will be fine. No, we have to look at injustice and structural differences as well. So, and there are some wonderful books about tolerance, by all means. One of the best is by the Lebanese author Amin Maalouf, called in English Identities, I think Identities That Kill, something like that, yeah, from the 1990s. And he describes his background and his childhood in Lebanon, which is also diverse. It's not just diverse in the sense of there being Christians and Muslims, but there are lots of different kinds of Christians and lots of different kinds of Muslims. And they don't really not necessarily see eye to eye. If you're a Maronite, I mean, that's very different from belonging to the Syrian Orthodox Church and so on. So it's really, and Beirut was, just like these great Central European cities, it was a crossroads, a place where people, and it has been, for 2,000 years. That coast was where the Phoenicians came from, the great traders of the Mediterranean in the ancient times. So And then Malouf says that, the problem here is that people are taught to be suspicious of each other. They are being told from childhood that they should be suspicious of each other. And that is part of the story, but it's not the whole story. Because if you are a Maronite and you need a job, who are you going to ask? Who's going to help you find a job? Maybe your relatives, maybe their friends, maybe people you went to school with, or maybe people you went to church with. And who are they? They happen to belong to the same group. I mean, it's the same as Mauritius. If you are a Hindu and you're looking for a job somewhere, the first people you may ask, the connections you have, the informal networks you have, are based on your religious and ethnic identity. Because you don't know, I mean, you have nothing against the Creoles, but you don't know any. So there's nobody you can ask. What I'm saying here is that these group identities, they're also embedded in people's everyday lives. And we have to understand that if we're going to deal with them, and if we're going to deal with the problems of identity politics and intolerance. It's not just about changing people's minds, but it could also be about changing facts on the ground. So anti-discrimination policies, ensuring equal opportunities, and both nationally and internationally. I mean, I'm not going into the ongoing debate here now, but quite clearly, the just distribution of opportunities in the labour market, in education, in the housing market, so that even if your name is Abdul, you may actually be invited for an interview if you're qualified for the job, or if your parents came from Somalia, you can still rent a room. You're not being excluded. These material circumstances may be far more important. And do I have another 6-7 minutes? That's great, thanks. Yeah, because I want to tell another story from Norway, because it's been 20 years now. This year, it was 20 years ago that a 15-year-old boy called Benjamin Hermansen was killed by neo-Nazi thugs in Oslo. And the only thing he had done wrong was that he had a Ghanaian father. You see, that was his only mistake. He had a Ghanaian father and a white Norwegian mother. So he was one of those very many people in this city with mixed ancestry, mixed origins. And there's been far too little attention to these people. Very few research projects. Research projects tend to focus on the Vietnamese or the Pakistanis or whatever. Lots of people have mixed ancestry. Now, Benjamin, when he was killed, it led to a national outrage. This, people felt, is not, this is taking things a bit too far. We don't want this. We don't want to live in this kind of society. So in January 2001, there was a mass manifestation at Youngstorget, one of the big sort of squares, okay, where, by the way, the socialists used to have their sort of mass rallies. I mean, they still have people, but not in the same way. So shift from class to identity. But at Youngstorget, mass demonstration. And can you imagine? This was in mid-January, one of the coldest days in the year. I mean, when I try to explain this to people from outside, I say that it was the same temperature as you have in your deep freezer. Okay? You don't explain this to people in Seychelles and Mauritius. You see, people were still standing outside with torches and banners and were chanting against racism. So that was wonderful. It was heartening. And yet, there's always a but with us academics. And yet, I think the next day, some of the people who really felt earnest about this went back to work. They were in the committee, hiring committee. I mean, someone had applied, lots of people had applied for a job, and a few of those applicants were called Fatima, Abdul, and so on. And somehow, for mysterious reasons, they were never called for interviews. They were never invited for interviews because they were called Fatima and Abdul, unconsciously. And this is what some Americans mean by structural racism. It's not that you are racist, I'm not racist, but it's part of the air that we breathe. You just do it instinctively. They wouldn't fit in, they're probably not as good. And we know a bit about this because social researchers have done experiments where they have submitted identical job applications with different names. Okay? Steinar Johnsen. Yeah, please come in and we will ask you. Abdul, sorry about that. We already found someone else, but identical applications with the same credentials. So this is the kind of thing we should take seriously if we want to do something about this world of inclusion and exclusion. Now, towards the end, there are two things I want to say. And one is that since we are somehow in a small part of Central Europe here, and I think personally that the legacy of the Habsburg Empire I mean, it's mixed, okay? But there are things to learn from the way in which they try to deal with identity in this multinational, unwieldy, unmanageable, bureaucratic, and ultimately dysfunctional empire. But when it came to ways of dealing with identity, they found solutions to the questions of nationality, which were ingenious and different from what we have subsequently. One of the great authors from Central Europe, not from the Czech Republic, a little bit further south, but it's part of the same world, you know, the post-Habsburg world of Central Europe. Claudio Magris from Trieste. This very mixed, originally very mixed Italian. It's now all Italian, but with a little bit of Slovene. But it was very mixed, you know, just at the end of the Adriatic Sea. And he writes in his beautiful book about the Danube that, you know, being a fascist is not loving your fatherland or your motherland or your language or your 19th century romantic poetry or your folk music or the place you grew up. But it is doing all these things and not realizing that other people who may live in a different place, they also love their 19th century romantic poetry, their parents, their fatherland, the place they grew up, and they are just as valuable as you are. That is fascism, when you refuse to recognize that other people who have different experiences have the same value as yourself. And I think this is very much what is going on in our minds, since borders exist in our minds, and we have to deal with that. We have to deal with those prejudices, but it may be even more important to look at the facts on the ground. I mean, when I was many years ago, I was in Lahore in Pakistan, and I wasn't actually driving myself, luckily, but I was with a friend who was driving. And I said, you know, bloody hell, mate, I'm sorry, pardon my French. I mean, how do you navigate this traffic? Because we see people, like all kinds of traffic, auto rickshaws, cars, motorbikes, they were sort of swerving in and out. And he said, well, there's one thing, I mean, don't look at the sort of the things the driver does, I mean, with his lights or waving his hand out of the window, but just look at the wheels. You just have to look at the wheels of the vehicles in front of you, then you may be okay. So in other words, a very sort of materialist. So don't look at what people say, but look at what they do. That's really my message. And finally, how are we going to deal with this problem of mixed identities, destabilized identities, and the counter-reactions, the attempt to, again, sort of freeze identities which have been loosened up a bit? It's not easy. I mean, in the United States, I mean, there's still just one category for being black, whereas many of those people who are black would be considered more or less white in the Caribbean. You know, I mean, you know, when I did fieldwork in Trinidad, there was a very famous African-American professor who came there on the anniversary of the abolition of slavery to give a lecture at the university, okay, from Atlanta. And the first thing I noticed when he came into the auditorium was that he was wearing very sort of colorful West African clothes, okay, Nigerian clothes, lots of yellow and red and stuff. And why was that? Why did he do that? Well, in order to conceal the fact that he was nearly white. In the United States, because of the one-drop principle, if just one of your ancestors is black, your blood has been so badly contaminated that you are black. But not in the Caribbean, where you have the red skin, you have the olive skin, you have the Trinidad white, as they call them. Those are the people who are not really white, but they pass for white in Trinidad, and they have all sorts of nuances. And that's just color. What about other things? What about gender? Maybe we can think about different ways of being men and women, and maybe something else. And maybe that is not necessarily a problem. There is a concept, and I'd like to mention this right at the end, which has been introduced in social research on diversity in recent years, and which I think can be quite useful when we try, perhaps, to recover a world where it is possible to live with many small differences, in spite of all the forces that militate against them. And that is the concept of superdiversity. Superdiversity used about contemporary cosmopolitan cities, such as London and Paris and New York, which are crossroads where people meet, or Bombay, or Mumbai, as it is now called. I hesitated for many years using the word Mumbai, because it was coined by Hindu fundamentalists, but now it has become established. So, and Hong Kong, and there are many of these cosmopolitan cities which are crossroads. So the term superdiversity, okay, let me put it very simply. In the past, people went from a few places, came from a few places, and they went to a few places. Now they come from many places, and they go to many places. So that's part of the story. But it doesn't end there, because superdiversity also means that you don't really have settled communities in the way you used to. So that in London, you knew where the Jamaicans lived. And you knew that, you know, the Bangladeshis, they live in Tower Hamlets in the East End, and the Jews in North London, you know, near White Hart Lane, okay, Tottenham football stadium, and South Asians in certain parts of South London. No longer the case. People live all over the place. And also, you cannot predict anything about an individual just by knowing his or her ethnic background or national background, because Pakistanis cover the whole range. And we see that in Norway as well, where the Pakistani Norwegians are the most established of the non-European ethnic minorities, been there for 50 years. You can't really predict anything about a person by saying that, you know, they're Pakistani. I mean, we have a sort of deputy, possibly our next prime minister of Pakistani origin, but I think of her as someone from southwestern Norway, and a bit of a control freak. You know, she represents the same sort of part of the Labour Party as Gro Harlem Brundtland did. You know, there's continuity there. Very powerful politician. And then you had the previous Minister of Culture, who just had to resign, who was also Pakistani origin. Now, I never thought of him much as Pakistani either, unless when he mentioned it, which he did actually, because there were so many other things about him which were more important. So in other words, suppose we allow each other not just to be imprisoned by those straitjackets of ethnic, national, religious, linguistic identities, but to have a broader repertoire. That would help quite a bit. And in the end, if we manage to do that, if we manage to think in a super diverse way about the world, we're individuals when it comes to it, that will in the end also help Abdul and Fatima get a job. And if they do, that would have solved a lot of possible conflicts in the future. Okay, so, well, I stop here, and thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Helen Eriksson. I will say I want to also just applaud you on how many words you're able to bring to us in terms of your knowledge with having just a small little piece of paper to look at. That was very impressive. Thank you so much. We are really ahead of time, which I think is okay. We have now concluded this part of our day in terms of the academic and research part. I would like to just thank you all again for bringing sort of the migration and trauma and silence and how it goes into generations. And Kurt Rice, how you're talking about allowing foreign researchers and what that brings to the country of Norway, in you know, specifically, but then also talking about the borders in terms of what borders are we seeing, what are we allowing, and how do we really integrate and talk about those borders. And allowing us to know new people in the world. One example I want to just bring to your attention, I don't know if you've heard about this, but I think there is a library in Denmark that is now renting out people for an hour of conversation instead of a book. So you can actually go and you can rent a person for an hour for conversation. I think that is such a beautiful idea about getting to know each other. So just, I think maybe we can inspire that in Norway and other places in the world as well. So I want to end our first part of the day here. We do have another guest in the audience who is also a part of our collaborative work, Ambassador Fazli Korman. Thank you for being here. This is actually his clue, yes, you can come up, to bring us a small welcome as a part of being a partner to this project. You had something, an engagement earlier today, so we're glad that you're here now from the Turkish Embassy. You're going to say a few words, and then we're going to actually have Ambassador Knut come back up and give us a little bit of directions when it comes to lunch, and then we will convene here again at 12:40. So for those of you listening from afar and on digital platforms, please join us back at 12:40. Welcome.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for choosing a younger picture of me. This is actually from 8 years ago or so, when I was ambassador of Turkey to Yemen. This picture, yeah, I like to see it with darker hair now that the years had a toll on the color. Thank you very much, Ambassador, my dear friend, and everyone here, especially the Thor Heyerdahl Institute, for letting me becoming part of this program quite late in the process. But I was very much interested in seeing it, and as the theme of the discussion, migration and identity, these are very much subjects of deeper meaning to us Turks. I just thought that it might be good for me to try to contribute it. And the part of the discussion that I have seen, that I have heard today, gave me a lot of insight, and I understood that it is going to be, the whole program will be very interesting. Sorry that I was late a little bit, because today marks the day that we commemorate as the founder of the Republic of Turkey, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, passed away on 10th of November 1938. And we still have a ceremony that we hold at the exact time, 9:05 a.m. Every year on 10th of November. And today I had some people from the embassy and the Turkish community together that we had to be there. So that's why I missed the opening. Sorry about that. For today's discussion, of course, I'm not an academic, and I would not be as eloquent as Professor Eriksen that put the identity, nation building, and many other concepts that are very much affecting our daily lives and our profession as diplomats, as ambassadors. But of course, we are functioning on a different line. Time to time, our roads are crossing with a different set of people, like this group here, which is a very good opportunity for trying to understand each other. I tried to look into a good introduction, a good beginning of the subject, and I wanted to share with you this small book, How Iceland Changed the World, a very powerful title that actually struck my attention at the beginning. A powerful title with a small book, and coming from Iceland, a small island, was very interesting combination. And I will read you a sentence from this book that might be a good introduction to what we are going to discuss. This is about Edda, the Icelandic saga of creation and all the history that is told. He says that the Edda has 4 parts, a prologue and 3 books. The prologue describes the Nordic gods as human Trojan warriors who traveled to Northern Europe after the fall of Troy. Odin, the god of wisdom, knew that they would be glorified up north, so, in quotation marks, he made ready to journey out of Turkland, quotation marks closed. Namely, our most comprehensive account of the origins of Nordic mythology portrays Odin as a Turkish immigrant. So this this is a very, he takes up this lightly, or at least is able to make a joke about it, but it is indeed a very good portraying of who we are. We are all migrants at the root of something. If we go back enough, everyone will find something that connects each other in terms of migration and in terms of identity. Who am I to talk about this, the Turkish ambassador, a person of Turkish origin? Yes, we are very much involved in migration because we are a migrant nation ourselves. And the professor talked about nation building that changed a lot of things. Yes, indeed, it changed a lot of things. And we want to believe that the changes of nation building era are all positive. There are positive sides, but there are also things that we lost. And this is something that we know very well in Turkey. He mentioned some of the cities as cross-cutting places, meeting points, and obviously one of such cities in the world is Istanbul and the old Constantinople. There's even a song named Istanbul, not Constantinople, because of this old story of trying to make known that its name has been used as Turks. We use it as Istanbul, but the historic name is Constantinople. So this kind of cities are showing the deep roots of this mix that we are part of. And the Turkish nation is a very good example of this mix. While I was in New York, before the years in Yemen, I was number 2 of the Turkish mission to the United Nations, and I took a time to attend a lecture in a university close to New York, and they asked me this question. What is the determinants of Turkish identity? And I tried to give an answer to that in 2 hours lecture. So I will not repeat that here. Of course, we don't have time and not necessary, but the main points of this, my attempt was this. I will try to give you the gist of it. Turks originated from Central Asia. So if you look at the identity of a Turkish person today in Anatolia, of today's Turkey, you would certainly find a Central Asian component. I was looking at this a little bit down as a modern looking, or not looking, modern aspiring person that had secular attitudes and an education in the secular establishments. I was looking at this component a little bit less than the others that I will come to. But later, just before coming to Norway, I was Director General for South Asia, and I had a chance to visit northern Afghanistan, where a mixture is very well visible there. Northern Afghanistan is the part where the proper Afghanistan mixes with the Turkic nations up in the north. And I saw people there who are, my father passed away. I could have missed as if the person is my father. So similar looking. So I realized that, yes, there should be a genetical connection, although we have been mixed with many others on the way over the centuries. I'm talking about a migration 10 centuries ago. happened from Central Asia towards today's Turkey. And the second component of a Turkish identity is the heritage, the settlement that they found in Anatolia, which is in itself a very complex one, coming from the Hittites and the Phrygians, Lydians, and the Greeks, Romans. I'm mixing the chronology. Sorry about that. I know that there are many professors here, so I should be very careful about making mistakes, not making mistakes. But all these combination or accumulation of cultures and the background in Anatolia was somehow absorbed by the incoming Turks, although they became dominant in a different way. Most of the time, the migrants would try to integrate into the community that they came to. But in the Turkish migration case, because of the military dominance or maybe power of the incoming Turks in terms of military power, they got very, not so fast, but in a couple of centuries' time, they got the dominance. But there was a process of absorbing and accepting whatever they found in Anatolia, and they somehow became something that may represent both cultures that are resident and settled in Anatolia and the culture that the Turks brought from Central Asia. So in any case, it is also part of today's Turkish culture. And the Turks, when they were migrating from Central Asia towards Anatolia, they were also exposed to Islam as a powerful religion that was on the rise, whereas the Turks in Central Asia were shamanists, and they were having a more primitive version of a religion compared to Islam as one of the three largest religions in the world. And they adopted Islam, and that also gave them a component, a dimension in their identity. And of course, over the time, which component was stronger in a single person or periodically depended on the conditions of the time and the conditions of the person. For the Ottomans, who established a large empire and ruled a very large area and had a very big impact on the history that we are talking about, European history had always an impact, not always very positively imagined or perceived by the European side, but it is there, that impact is there. For the Ottomans, in an interesting way, they were very balanced in keeping these components alive. For example, the Sultan who captured Istanbul, who took Istanbul, declared that he is also a Roman ruler or a Byzantium ruler just after getting the city. So instead of ignoring it or trying to destroy whatever was there, he just tried to embrace it and became part of it, so that it was his idea of the identity that includes also the Byzantium one. In Turkish language, it was called Rum. The whole west of Anatolia was called Rumeli, and he declared himself as the king of the Romeli also. And when it came to the end of First World War, the destruction or dismantling of the Ottoman Empire, as you may know, from our perspective, it is like that. The First World War was mainly for the destruction of the Ottoman Empire and how it would be partitioned back to their components again. That was the main question in the First World War. And after the end of First World War, we entered into an era of nation building by what I mentioned, the founder of the Republic of Turkey, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, after a war of independence, trying to clear out what is today's Turkey in terms of territory from the invading forces. He led a modern, Western-looking, secular Republic of Turkey, which can be a textbook case of nation-building attempt from top to down. It's a different story in other cases, but the Turkish one is a very interesting laboratory case because how it works, did it work, and it's a process that we are still working on, how we can come out with this idea of a Central Asian nation that took Islam on the way and established themselves as the dominant power in Greek and the Roman lands of Anatolia, can put themselves into the whole picture as a combination of all these three. And in today's Turkish culture, a typical Turkish person would be struggling to find the exact combination of these three elements in his or her identity. How much of Turkish ethnic background, how much of Anatolian culture, which opens up towards West and Europe, and how much of the Islamic identity that some of the persons would say, no, we are Muslims, and the other two is not so important. And there are some right parties in Turkey, rightist parties in Turkey, that would be only interested in the Islamic component, and there are some others that would be only interested in the nationalist component. But life is something that is always on the median line, and most of the Turks have a component in all this. Is it too long that, should I stop maybe a couple of minutes and I... You're doing fine. Okay. There is one thing that I would like to bring to today's issues, the subject to today's issues. Professor was talking about borders, and I was also impressed by Thor Heyerdahl's words about borders being in the minds, and indeed that looks really, sounds really good, and the attempt is very valuable. And one can speak about borders not so visible when it is Norwegian to Swedish border, but let us go to Turkey, for example, and let us cross the border between Iran and Turkey. You know, there are many Turks that would be complaining about Turkey not European enough, not Western enough, and there is always an answer that I give to them whenever I have a discussion with them. Try to enter Turkey from an eastern border, and you will see how westernized it would look to you comparably. If you pass a border from Greece or from Bulgaria or from the naval borders to Turkey, from west to east, then it may look like that you are entering into an Oriental country. But the other way around, when you do the same from east to west, then you may feel that this country is somewhere in between, and it might be interesting to note the differences. Of course, when you move onto Turkish cities towards the west, the difference will become more visible. And by the way, I cannot leave two cities' names from this discussion. Thessaloniki, which was also a very multicultural city. One of the first foreign assignment that I had was in Thessaloniki, so it has also an important meaning to me. Plus, Atatürk was born in Thessaloniki, and he was also a kind of a mix background in terms of identity, which showed in his success later in life. And Izmir, Smyrna, as it is also known in the earlier. So these Istanbul, Izmir, and Thessaloniki was at three legs of the regional multicultural life of centuries in Turkey. So this border issue, let us come back to that, is of course very much visible in more dramatic crossings when you have it. I remember having a journey into Dominican Republic and Haiti, and that border, for example, is an interesting one that you can visibly see from a plane, because one side is full with the forests, and the other side deforested because of the difficulties that they had and they continue to have. So in some cases, the borders are so visible and so difficult to cross even that it brings us to the idea only maybe as an ideal one can look towards it. But Thor Heyerdahl is someone that I knew as a explorer, but I was really impressed by his connections, his ability to make connections among the cultures, and his ability to accept that we live in a diverse world, and when we look closer enough or deeper enough, we will always find something that would bind us rather than divide us. That should be, it looks like a politician when I say this, but as diplomats, we generally function in the borderlines of so many disciplines, and sometimes we also sound like politicians. I would like to finish my words here with one point that, if I don't do that, maybe my job will not be done well. In today's Turkey, migration issue is a big one because we host the largest number of migrants in the world in today's standing according to the international statistics. The Syrians, 4 million Syrians are in Turkey. We cannot even register them as migrants as the international law dictates because of the obvious difficulty of doing it. Apart from that, many Afghans, many more are also coming after the recent issues in Afghanistan. So as Turks, we feel the migration issue. We have the effects of it from three different aspects or perspectives. We are migrants ourselves. We are an incoming country for migrants, and we also sent a lot of migrants to Europe. As you know, in Germany, at least 2 million Turks are living, and many other European cities have always a Turkish quarter where you can find döner kebab and other delicacies. There were jokes that Germans are thinking that they are the inventors of döner kebab, and they have accepted it so much that they forgot that it was that bloody migrant, the guest worker, who came to the country after the Second World War to help revive it, and that is the story. Of course, it complicates, and in today's world, the vaccine against COVID-19 was found by a Turkish origin German couple, which is a kind of a success story that how the migration may work in a good environment, and Norway can also have a lot of bragging about this ability of embracing the migrants. So in Turkey, we see the migration from identity point as a country that receives it, as a country that sends, and also as a country that is functioning as a transit. Sometimes that role is not very well liked in Europe because the burden is too high, and our European friends would like us to shoulder that burden altogether ourselves and not transfer any of the effect of it. But this is something that we have to work on. Thank you very much for making it possible for me to appear here. Thank you very much, Ambassador. This is a very good initiative, and I really enjoyed listening to other presentations. And thank you for Thor Heyerdahl Institute for accepting my interest in becoming part of this initiative. Thank you.
Dear guests, dear colleagues, after listening so interesting speeches and noble ideas, so I am almost ashamed that now I give you some information about the food. So the lunch will be prepared in 10 minutes in the upper room, because I would like to give time to my colleagues to order it well. So in 7-10 minutes all food will be prepared, and I really welcome you back on 12:40 as it was announced. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
and we flee from Congo to Uganda. And Uganda, we made 17 years. And from Uganda, we came to Norway by UN. Now we are here like 10 months now, 10 months, yeah. We came to know Lope because we are
All right. Welcome, everyone, back from a wonderful lunch. I think I could have had maybe 5 more of those. They were amazing. Thank you. So we've concluded our first part of the day. We're now moving on to the second part. We're going to have a lot of practical examples of migration and identity that are both taking place here in Norway and also in the United States. So the first one up is Dr. Peri Ilka Tinkman, who also has a birthday today. So just want to say happy birthday. Yay! Yes, happy birthday. And you are going to hold a session on micro-integration of refugees and migrants into the local society. So welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, dear Mr. Ambassador. Thank you for your great hospitality. Dear Thor Heyerdahl Institute, thank you for the invitation. Dear all, it's an honor. Should I stand here? Okay. I'm honored and I'm very nervous. My name is Peri Ilka Tinkman, and that means I am a mixed person. I am a result of the Turkish migrants to Germany. So my father is Turkish, my mom is German, my husband is Norwegian, my son is American. So I can stand here for an hour. I'm talking about micro-integration of refugees and migrants into the local society. And when I'm saying the local society, then I mean the region of Grenland. And that is a little bit further south of Oslo, and it includes the cities Skien, Porsgrunn, Bamble, and Siljan. Yeah, okay. So I'm so nervous now. Could you just jump a little bit? Yeah, stand here. So everything what we heard today was here, and now I take you down. Now I take you to the micro level. I founded LOAP, my association, 5 years ago. LOAP had birthday yesterday, and if you might remember what was 5 years ago on the 9th of November, I thought it was time for a little bit love and peace, and that is why my association calls LOAP, because that is the short version of love and peace. I let you thinking about what was on the 9th of November, because we shouldn't be too political. We have a mission or a target, and that is to integrate refugees in our area into the local society. And I believe that is the only way is by getting them educated or into jobs. And of course, you have to speak the language, but just if you are in work, then you are actually integrated in a society. That is what I recognized when I came to Norway. It took me only 2 years to get a job here. So, and this is what we are doing. And we do this by a new concept or by our concept, and we call this micro-integration. And okay, I shouldn't move, I understand. Macro, as you're all academics, you know that, is the highest level, and this is what we heard so far today. This is where integration concepts are developed, government, politicians develop some concepts, and then we have the meso level. This I often call like multicultural dinner or language coffees, maybe a little bit. Camilla is maybe with her vintage coffee a little bit in this area, and or libraries, or as we also have in Skien, bydelhusene. I think actually everyone speaks Norwegian and understands that. So, but we are on the lowest level, and that means the individual level. And I love to talk about, or I love to hear today about the identity, and that's exactly what we try to cover up. We see the individual, we see the identity they had before they came to Norway, because in the institutional system, it's often so that now you are in Norway and there was no life before. And that is very painful because there is a history, there is an identity, and there's a life from before. So the reason why I founded LOB was I was working as a teacher, trainer, consultant at the Vestfold University, and there we were working with a lot of refugees who were in AMO-kurses. This is from NAV, from the welfare state organized courses for those who need maybe a little bit more training in Norwegian or in the labor market, etc. So being there, I was wondering, why are these people still not speaking Norwegian, even though they were 3 years in the Introductionsprogram? I'm talking about refugees now. And the answer was very simple, because they had so much trauma, so much worries, that they couldn't concentrate on the lessons. And then I thought, okay, let's tidy up in these problems so that your head is free, that we can get you out and work. And that is the micro-integration. That is the main work I do in my daily business. The people are coming to me, telling me about their problems, and we are sitting down and trying to solve these problems. In the beginning, it was like, let's read what NAV is writing in their vedtags and letters and understand this. By now, it's getting more and more. The problems are getting bigger. We are more like a crisis center now than get people or just solve the small problems. And I want to mention that in our region, 40% of the refugees are unemployed. And that has nothing to do with their education or something. The professors left, but that has something to do because they called Ali or Mohammed. So, and that is frustrating. I experienced this by myself. When your name is Peri Ilka Tinschmann, then it also takes a while before you're invited to a job interview. I was so close to change my name into Pernille Aune. Aune is the name of my husband. But then in the last moment, I decided, no, that is my identity. My identity is Peri Ilka Tinschmann, and I'm getting a job with this name. Thank you. Okay, what leads 40% are unemployed? What does this mean for the whole family? Yes, of course, child poverty. And this is unfortunately in our region also over average compared to the rest of Norway. So there is a need for integration, new integration concepts in our region, and micro-integration is one of that. How do we work? When a person is coming to me and saying, I actually have, that is just an example which happened lately, I have a PhD in biology from an African country, and it's actually it's approved. Thank you, by NOKUT. So there shouldn't be any reason why this person is not getting a job at the university. She tried, and she was not even invited to an interview. So she ended up by washing toilets in a hotel in Telemark. And when she took contact with me, she was crying, and I said to her, what do you want to do? And she said, yeah, if I can just get a better job in the hotel, like serving. I said, okay, but what do you really want to do? Yeah, of course I want to work as a biologist in an institute in a university. And I said, yeah, okay, then I know a professor there. Let's call him. She got a job last night. So not all these stories ends like this, of course. We are dealing with very traumatized people, and we are not a health institution. So, of course, a lot of people I have to lead forward to another institution. But what's different with our LOB in relation to the public sector is we are available 24/7, also at the weekends, because crisis doesn't stop at 4 o'clock or in summertime at 3 o'clock. We take the time it needs. So it's not that we have just 15 minutes for a person coming to us. When a person is coming to us, then it's between 15 minutes and 15 months. And as you can see, then the resources are limited. So we don't have the huge numbers because we take so much time for each LOPI, as we call our users. Still, so far, this year we solved like 240 cases. So we are pretty proud of this. And I don't know. Do I have? How's the time? Can I? You're doing fine. I'm doing fine. Yeah. I just want to tell a little bit what the people are asking for. A lot of the things are not understanding the the official text on authorities' homepages. That leads to a devil circle, because if you don't understand it, how can you apply for economic help or emergency help? And that ends up then that on the Friday evening I get a call and have to go to a family maybe with 4 children who are sitting there without any food. That unfortunately increased the last 2 years, or in the pandemic years. The people were isolated even more as they were before. That was due to all the authorities were in home office. We also got the order to stay at home, but we resist. So we had our doors open because that was very important for our users. So the last 2 years, of course, there were not so many people we got out in work because there were no work. Everything was closed down. But since summer alone, just this summer, we got 4 people out in work. And that sounds little, but you have to see they're hanging 20 people on this 4 people, because these are families with a lot of children, and we get these families out of the welfare state system. So that saves also a lot of money for our Kommune. And why are we so successful? And I think we are. That is because we are a non-governmental organization. That means we have no, we don't need to follow any statistics. I have to be very diplomatic what I'm saying. We are not connected to any religion, to any political party. Everyone is welcome in our house, no matter what or where they come from or believe in, and our services are for free. So, and it's beautiful to see that even these people coming to us who were actually in a war before together, they are sitting in our offices as friends, and that is very nice to see. So that is the only rule I have in my house. There's no political discussions as long as they are in my house or in our offices, and no discrimination. So, and I also want to say the last thing, I'm happy to see that here are a lot of men, because usually the integration theme on the micro level is a very female subject, unfortunately. I just want to make clear that integration work is not a knitting club on a Sunday afternoon. This is hard work. There are lives involved. There are individuals involved. There are identities involved, and it's very important for me that this is clear and understand that this is a hard work and not kuschelig. So, yeah, I think. That's for me. I'm too nervous to say more, but I hope you got a little impression of how micro-integration works in our region. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your story. I think it's so interesting that you, as an immigrant to Norway, have started this, because I think that you have a lot more resources and you know exactly what it feels to come to Norway, and you know where people are struggling. So I think it's amazing. I would love to hear more about Lupe. Love the name too, Love and Peace, right? So we're going to move over to our next speaker. Welcome. Camilla Bilstad Johansen. You are a project leader for the social entrepreneurship Café Vintage, but you're also a member of the parliament. Right?
I'm not a member, I'm an advisor.
You're an advisor?
So it means
I'm just going to say member.
What to not to.
Anyway, so she's just coming straight from the parliament. So here she is. Yes, so welcome, and we're so glad that you made it here. We're going to hear your story now in terms of the Café Vintage, right?
Thank you so much, and I'm very happy that Pilka was here before me, but because even if I'm an advisor at Parliament, I don't have as good manners as I have in continental Europe. So now I know that I have to say thank you so much to the ambassadors for inviting me and the Institute before I start my small session. I started my political journey and my journey as a person with a lot of motivation to change how we work on integration of refugees and other migrants about 6 or 7 years ago. Because I recognized, as per Ilka, that we don't manage to use the resources of the people who live here and want to work here and the people who move to Norway. And that surprised me, and I didn't understand why it had to be like that. It's not good on a micro level for the individual, and it's very bad at the macro level, because we are in need of all individuals being a part of our society, and especially with labor integration. That led to me starting a social enterprise, which means that you have an enterprise that has another goal than just making profit. We take decisions and we run our business based on our social goals. So we basically do anything we can to train and hire and rehiring in other companies as well. Women with minority backgrounds and that has immigrated to Norway from countries outside of the OECD with low formal education. I have to say also, as a comment to you, that we also have a lot of women who have higher education that are sent to us because they don't have any good systems for recognizing their resources either. So we see both. But that is what a social enterprise is. We started in 2014. I opened a cafe. I was interviewed for a job at a restaurant once. Myself, I didn't get it when I was studying, so I was quite brave. I opened a cafe with a lady from Mogadishu and a lady from Bangkok, and I was thinking, these ladies can cook, I can do the rest. And we're still running. Now we have 2 different departments, one in Larvik and one in Sandefjord. We have at all times between 10 and 15 ladies who are hired in our business. For many of them, it's their very first job. We've had over 70 ladies who had their first job. They've never been working in Norway before. And the typical background they have are that they are housewives. They've spent their entire lives taking care of their homes, which is much more normal in many other parts of the world. I personally think that the real Norwegian oil is women in labor life, and we need them. So we know what it does for our economy that women participate. So it's very important for us. We have several bottom lines. So we have our financial bottom line with typical services for within a household. It can be cleaning, catering, running canteens, taking care of the food service for different companies. So we cooperate a lot with the businesses around us. And we have our cafe. And in all these services, the women have normal positions and normal salaries. But what they do need is to have a space and a way to train their identity as professional workers, because cooking in your house is different from cooking for the ambassador, for example, or someone else. So you need to have a safe space to train your skills, and also to train for being a professional chef, to explore your career ways based on your resources, being formal or informal. And we have had a close cooperation with our social welfare department since the beginning. I know that we have a lot to learn from other European countries when it comes to this, because I don't know what it is with Norway. We are a bit, we use a lot of time to question the way we do things, which leads to a family sitting with no food on the Friday afternoon and calling Perilka, or it leads to some of my ladies who are sitting at home and wondering, or they know after many years that their competence and their resources cannot be used because the opening for a job position with what they know and what they can learn, and these are adult men and women who have a lot of experience, and they have children to provide for, and they're sent into very long integration training for 6-7 years if they want to have a formal education on a fagbrev level. So that means that you're also sent to a life on social welfare for those 7 years, which means that your family will be in what we call a modern day poverty situation. So it's very serious for the people involved, both men and women. So that's what provoked me a lot. And I know that statistically, my ladies and their families are in a much bigger danger than almost anyone else to end up in this poverty situation. We need 2 incomes. It's not only the Norwegian oil, it's so expensive that in most families you need to have 2 incomes to be able to provide for yourself. And if we could, release the resources within these women, we know it would reduce the pressure on public welfare, which we also need, because we have a lot of seniors coming in years, that we know that it's going to be a big adjustment, also together with a lot of other changes towards a more green future. So we need to have a social and green future, and then we need to use all the resources we have in our society. So that's why I started my cafe, and Perilka was talking a little bit about this, like how do people learn? And modern teaching theory says that you need to build a house around the ground fundament in the building. So my idea was that if we take what's there from before and build on this, we will get a better result, and we will go further than if you start without a history from scratch. Because if you're 45 years, you don't start from scratch. There is something there. And the idea was to create an alternative classroom. It's very hard for people who are working in the public welfare office in my city to understand that it's a classroom, but it is a classroom because we build on the concretes and the names. If you eat a tomato, you see a tomato, you cook with a tomato, it's much more easy to remember the word tomato in Norwegian than just seeing it in a book. And that goes for all of us. So I did not know, and the same way that I didn't know if to cook very well when I opened, I didn't know if it would be working to have this alternative platform for learning, but it turns out it's working quite well. We have 7 out of 10 women who get their first job after working with us, and we have them there for a 6-month-long period, more or less. We also have mentor positions within local businesses, so that we have it's like a stair model. You start by being recruited by the Public Welfare Office, and then we are in charge of making the change, both in the identity, like the feeling that the work is important for me, this is what I want, I can do it, there's a job in reach. Then you have a change in motivation from the individuals as well. And also training with what's expected from you when you come into a professional kitchen in Norway. So it's both in our classroom, but also in local cooperation. I think it changes attitudes within some conservative immigrant communities, but also by the average Norwegian. Because we need to get more used to seeing the people who normally aren't that active in labor life, in offices, in restaurants, and everywhere else, for it to be more normal for people to hire someone whose name is Ali or Muhammad or Hamdiye or Aisha, like you were talking about earlier as well, Prilka. I think finding models like this is a concrete tool to reduce child poverty, definitively. Because the more people who can, and families who can have their own social mobility, what's the more profound freedom than being able to live your life like you want to, getting the start. If you mobilize and you move from Mogadishu to Norway, you have a motivation, you have wishes, of course, and you have, of course, you want all well for your kids and family. So having enough to survive and having to be able to make your own choices because you are working and have your own income, it's the first level. We need to reduce unemployment. What's better than getting a job? You had 40% of the refugees who were unemployed. It's, I think, 2.7 in the major population, so that's quite a big difference. And in my target group, it's higher than in the majority of the immigrants. So it's a severe problem. I think also that I don't think I know that when the mom works, it does something about both the results in education and also the connection to work life for children. So I think if you get mom working, you can also change social inequality between generations. So it's a short time and a long time change. The one thing I wanted to discuss with you based on the sustainability goals you've chosen is that we have to recognize that our institutions aren't always adequately fit for the needs of our population. And what I see is that in Norway we have an education system that's not built for recognizing my target group's qualifications. They're not given access to high school, which is quite serious. So if they don't have or can prove their formal education, or if they have low formal education, they can never get a diploma from high school saying that you're a professional chef or you're a professional cleaner even, which you need to get a permanent job and an adequate salary. So you are shown out the back door before you've even begun. So that's, if there is one thing I think we should work for changing, it should be the structural barriers that don't let people fulfill their potential. If not, both we and whoever needs that change the most is losing a lot. I have no clue on how I'm doing on my time because I'm talking machine, but you're doing fine. Yes, that's I think is what I wanted to share with you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's very inspiring to hear these stories that are really emphasizing on the resources of migration. One of the things that I remember from a few years back when Ambassador Aas was the Norwegian ambassador to the United States was that he came to Minneapolis because of the Somali population. We have the largest Somali population in the United States outside of Somalia in Minneapolis. And most of those women are working and having their own businesses after 6 months of arriving in the United States. And he said, we have something to learn from what they're doing and what they're capable of doing in terms of structures and what is stopping people in Norway. But again, I think it's just so inspiring to hear your stories about how you're really harboring women. Also want to just talk about the concept of språkbad, which is being immersed in language, and how when you are doing everything Norwegian or doing in another language, you learn so much easier. And I'm thinking about these women that you work with who and come from all different parts of the world with all different languages. They are probably uniting over Norwegian in that kitchen, right? So just a little bit of perspective on that. That made me think when you were talking, so I just had to share that. We're going to move over to migrating societies. We have two presenters, and you're going to be up here at the same time. Wonderful. We have Ida Marie Tenvik Bringdal and Line Ruud Ørslien, and you're going to talk about more of the sort of the artistic and the situation or the power of art in migration work. Correct? Perfect. Great. Welcome.
Yeah, ambassadors and the Thor Heyerdahl Institute, thank you so much for inviting us to talk about this project that is really close to our heart. Migrating Societies was an exchange program that Telemark Art Center in Skien had from 2015 to 2018 in cooperation with the Telemark County Council. I'm just trying to get this work. Oh, I'll put. Oh. Thank you. The Art Center had two project partners in Minneapolis, Boakley Gallery and Sioux Visual Arts Center. Whereas Boakley Gallery is a private gallery, Sioux is a non-profit art space, more similar to the Art Center in Skien.
The project came about on the initiative of Telemark County Council. A research trip was arranged for the director of the Art Center and for the art advisor of the County Council to assess the possibilities for a collaborative project. Institutions and people, both in Minneapolis, Minnesota, in Minot, North Dakota, and in New York, were visited before the conclusion was made to have Boakley Gallery and SUVAC in Minneapolis as partners.
During the project period, several exhibitions were arranged, and several artists also traveled between the regions.
Telemark County Council has for many years had connections in Minneapolis, both in the fields of education and business. A large amount of the population in Minnesota have roots in Norway. In this context, it seemed natural to let the exchange program have migration as its overriding theme. Humans have migrated at all times, both between countries and within countries, to seek a better life, find a job, or look for inspiration.
The idea that art can contribute to greater understanding between people was a cornerstone in the program. The Norwegian society today is almost as much characterized by migration as the American society. We wanted to focus on a new understanding of migration issues, to establish new dialogues between the two societies through art and artistry, to create some new perspectives and mutual respect.
So, when the first exhibition took place at Telemark Art Center in September 2015, Pa, Hua Her, and Wendy Red Star were the artists. Pa Her is originally from Laos, but she emigrated as a child to the United States. The works on display at the Art Center were portraits of war veterans from Laos who fought on the American side against North Vietnam in the Vietnam War. The veterans, who belonged to the Hmong minority, later emigrated to the United States, but they were not celebrated as war heroes there. All equipment for uniforms and medals are purchased online. Also, they do not receive any funding as veterans from the state, and they will not be buried at Arlington Cemetery.
There are many indigenous groups in the US. These various groups have also migrated both geographically and culturally over several hundred years. When new settlers arrived in the US, many tribes were forced away from their original territories and into reservations, where their life often became very hard. Wendy Red Star belongs to the Native American group of Crow Indians. In her art, Wendy Red Star explores cultural identity and also the connections and contradictions between Crow culture and contemporary culture in the US. Red Star's work often includes cliched representations of Native Americans, colonialism, the environment, and her own family. Her humorous approach and use of Native American images from traditional media draw the viewer into her work while also confronting romanticized representations. She juxtaposes popular depictions of Native Americans with authentic cultural and gender identities. Her work can be described as funny, brash, and surreal. Both artists visited Telemark during their exhibition period. They met several of the local artists in Telemark and gave lectures on their art at the Art Center.
The exhibition of Marilyn Owens at SUVAC opened in the fall of 2015 in Minneapolis. Owens is originally from England, but she immigrated to Norway some 20 years ago. In Minneapolis, she exhibited a number of graphic works. I don't think it jumped. Yeah, perfect. She's interested in questions about the passing of time, people and places that are now lost to us, and events that often create unwanted changes. She spent 3 weeks as an artist in residence in Minneapolis, where she made new connections in the local art scene. She visited places in the city with connections to the Scandinavian immigrants, but she also visited other areas characterized by different ethnic groups.
Back home in Norway, Owens created new graphic work based on her experiences with being in Minneapolis. She called the series Guns and Ammo, and the picture you look at now is of an etching with the title, How Can You Own the Rain and the Wind? The series title comes from the name of a shop she went by on her everyday walk in Minneapolis, and the work she made afterwards was the artist dealing with the impressions of her study trip. For these two exhibitions, the one at SUVAC and the other one on the other continent at Telemark Art Center, we created one catalog, including a text by the American native author Louise Erdrich. Her writing is on most curriculum lists in American schools. She received the Pulitzer Prize in 2021 for her novel, The Night Watchman. We are very proud that she took interest in the project and for having her text in one of the catalogs.
Andrea Carlson grew up near the Great Lakes in Minnesota. She had an exhibition at the Art Center in Skien in 2016, and she was also an artist in residence in Telemark at the same time. Her artworks are drawn landscapes with cultural and thematic references from the area where she grew up. Her aesthetic has strong ties to comic books, mixed with elements from the Ojibwe culture, the largest indigenous tribe in Minnesota to which Andrea belongs. In her art, there's a fusion of popular and ancient culture, and she also questions our perceptions.
The exhibition was called The Cannibal. Carlson works with complex narratives that mine the uneasy subject of cultural stereotyping by museums and popular cinema. She deals with terms such as cultural appropriation, where sometimes wholly elements from one culture are borrowed and used by another. The elements are looked upon as exotic, but at the same time the content and meaning is being transformed. The problems often arise when majority cultures borrows from minority culture without accreditation and/or the willingness of understanding the real value. In the United States, this is an ongoing source to discussion and cultural struggle. We have also seen this question being more and more addressed in Norway, but this exhibition was one of the first to raise these questions in Norway. This shows some of the value that lies in cultural exchanges between different regions and cultures.
Carlson visited both Telemark and Oslo during her stay in Norway and made connections to the art scene, and also a lecture on her art to a wider audience. The catalogue contains text by several American authors. In the introduction written by the two of us, we raised questions related to immigrants to Norway. Do we make it possible for them to keep some of what is theirs? What exactly is Norwegian culture? What do immigrants to Norway bring with them? What can enrich us? And in what way should we demand respect for our values? Through migration, the world has in many ways become smaller, with different cultures living side by side. How can we understand each other and learn more together?
Åno Versto is from Inner Telemark. The artist group Katla, of which Versto is a part, has worked together for several years. During their exhibition at SUVAC in Minneapolis in the autumn of 2016, they displayed a project that presented a fictional discovery of a new archipelago that Katla found on its way over the Atlantic Ocean to the US. The exhibition consisted of objects, films, and photos, and was called The Landscapes of Katla. They wanted to question how our common storytelling, for instance in museums, can also sometimes be quite fictional. The exhibition questions both migration and the very discovery of America itself.
Mohammed Munin is a Somali immigrant to Minneapolis. For 3 years, he worked on a photo project where he portrayed 13 young Somali men living in Minnesota. The exhibition, The Youth, was shown in Telemark in 2017. Munin wants to shed light on how these men make their contribution to the American society, their new homeland. They take part in a broad range of activities, from entrepreneurship to social activism, and they all want to take an active part in their new society. At the same time, they have an internal conflict related to both feeling as a part of society and as strangers and foreigners.
In connection with the exhibition, a newspaper with testimonies was made. There was also a video where the Somali men shared stories about their travels to Minnesota and the conflicts they feel in connection with, at the same time, trying to be themselves and also belonging in Minneapolis. There is a large Somali population in Skien. When Mumin was in Skien, he had workshops on his working methods with both adult students who were new in Norway and with school students. At the exhibition opening, a completely new audience group came to the art center. It was moving to see, maybe also because the art field is often very white. At this event, several people in Skien probably felt that the exhibition was about them and about themes that they could relate to.
To be able to make a more sustainable future, we believe that an understanding and respect of other people is necessary. We found a lot of connections in Minneapolis, colleagues, friends, and people to talk with and learn from. The basis of doing a project like this, where the artistic methods are the most important, is knowing how to look for quality in the projects and how to find expressions that are interesting. You cannot start with a thematic umbrella, but you have to work your way through an ocean of thoughts and suddenly find the most obvious answer. We are grateful for the knowledge this has given us, and we hope you as an audience found the travel somewhat insightful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, both of you, for sharing your story. I participated partly, and I'm not sure if this was a part of this project, with DIG in Skien and To Dance. Was that a part of this project at all with Lori? No. Okay. Yeah, so one of the things I just love about art, right, is that it is a universal language, and there's different way of communicating through art that brings us together, which it looks like this project was an example of. One of the things that I've done as an art integration coach in the United States is actually bringing artists into the schools as teaching artists, both in teaching in their art form and through their art form, and then bringing in artists from all over the world, which then creates that other level of language and sharing and making sure that students in the classroom also feel that they belong in the culture in which they live in. So, great, thank you. We are now going to go over to some videos, and we have 3 in a row. And this next one is by Dr. Terje Mikael Hasle Gjøranger, who is the director of the Immigrant Museum in Norway. I've actually had the pleasure of working with Dr. Gjøranger through the 2025 bicentennial commemoration, is what we are calling it. And this is a commemoration that is going to take place in 2025, where we are talking about the impact of Norwegian immigration to the United States. And we're not calling it a celebration or an anniversary for very specific reasons, because as Norwegians coming to another country, taking over land that was not ours, obviously it might not be something to celebrate, right? And so, but there, we've had our impact. There's lots of Norwegians people in the Midwest area. So Dr. Gjøranger is going to talk a little bit about more from the museum perspective on that commemoration that's coming up.
Hello, My name is Terje Mikael Hasle Oranger, and I'm the director of the Norwegian Immigrant Museum. I'm happy to be a part of the Thor Heyerdahl International Day and to present our ideas and plans for the 2025 bicentennial commemoration of Norwegian immigration to the USA. The Norwegian Immigrant Museum has launched a national initiative to commemorate the first direct migration and group migration from Norway to the United States, which took place in the summer of 1825 and which led to a large exodus from Norway, numbering about 900,000 immigrants since 1825 until present. Our objectives are threefold. First of all, to highlight an important and highly relevant part of our national history. The immigration of such a large number of individuals had a tremendous effect on Norway. Of course, through a loss of the population, but also through the new ideas, capital, and a new worldview provided by return migrants who returned to Norway after a while, but also through the ties, the thousands and 10,000s of ties between individuals on both sides of the Atlantic Ocean who were connected through blood relation and through networks. Another objective is to stimulate renewed interests for migration as a bridge builder. Themes connected to migration often serve as a polarize debates in societies. So it's important to renew interest for migration in terms of building bridges between land and cultures, also between differences and similarities between people, and between the past, present, and future. Our third objective is that there will be held events both locally, nationally, and also internationally, together with organizations and institutions in the United States. We have a national committee which consists of about 50 NGOs and partners, and they consist of both organizations, various museums, national institutions, also municipalities, which are relevant in our aim of organizing this commemoration. It consists of research institutions and also transatlantic organizations and others. And I must emphasize that the 50 plus NGOs are cooperating on this matter because it's very important for us not to create a climate where there is competition regarding this commemorations. I think it's so good that we are part of a large network of institutions, organizations, which are interested in organizing this large event. The Norwegian Immigrant Museum has a project coordinator, a project director who is working part-time, and her name is Lene Grønvold, and she has been building this. She's been helpful in planning and building our ideas for 2025 this past year. And The project coordinator is the role of the project coordinator is to be a liaison to the members of the national committee, and to also coordinate the work of the working groups and report to the board. Also to be helpful in defining logo, visions for the commemoration, create a new website, and to communicate this information to the outside world. The coordinator should also support national and local events and activities, and have material available for the various users of this in this commemoration. If they need data on migration, statistics, etc., will be helpful in providing that. We have applied for funding to a permanent position as project coordinator with the Ministry of Culture in Norway. We have not received funding yet. The funding so far has been provided by Anna Museum, of which the Norwegian Immigrant Museum makes part. But we are optimistic about acquiring funds in the future. That would be an important for us to in order to continue our ideas and planning. However, we have the Norwegian Immigrant Museum is part of 2 research projects. First one, a public sector PhD. The candidate has just started her work, and she will be working on transatlantic partnerships between the Norwegian and Norwegian American women's movement between 1880 and 1925. So here we see the transatlantic ties play an important role in her dissertation and in her work. She's just started on November 1st for a 4-year time period. Second, the Norwegian Immigrant Museum is part of a joint research team on critical race examination in terms of race and racism in teacher education, which is also a 4-year project, which I also think is an important part of cultural encounters, migration, and I really am eager to present the findings of these 2 research projects in 2025. In 2023, a larger network consisting of museums, the National Library of Norway, and also 4 universities are planning to apply for the Norwegian Research Council for a program on welfare, cultural, and society, which will be a wider network of researchers that will work on various effects and themes relating to migration, immigration and immigration from Norway. We will here see an overview of our project planning for 2025. 2021 marks the initial phase of work, and it involves the creation of a national committee, the definition of the coordinator role, vision and focus of the commemoration, and also to communicate this and to create a good platform for communication between the actors, between the network in the national committee and the public, and also to initiate research in the field. The time period 2022 to 24 includes preparations for the 2025 commemoration, which includes planning to initiate project or to enter a project, be a part of projects that are relevant to the commemoration, the production of material, and also to create good ties of communication between the participants, between our network, and also the public at large, and to continue our research on themes connected to the migration movement from Norway and abroad. The 2025 commemoration will include national and local activities, the opening of an exhibition, a permanent exhibit at the Norwegian Immigrant Museum on global migration from Norway. We will present findings in terms of research that has been done the years leading up to 2025. And we also wish to initiate debates in the field. Follow-up year of 2026 includes the maintenance of focus on the theme. 2025 should not be the end year of our focus on migration, but it should be ongoing. We wish that the commemoration in 2025 should be an ongoing theme in society. We will continue to present new research and to communicate our work with the public, and also to continue to create debates regarding new findings and in relation to the theme itself. The 2025 commemoration makes part of a larger jubilee, a national jubilee of 2030, which is the millennial commemoration of Saint Olaf or Olaf Haraldsson's death at the Battle of Stiklestad in 2030. He was the King of Norway, and his death had a significant impact on Norwegian society after his death, both in terms of both politically, religiously, culturally, and also in terms of legislation. So a number of national commemorations or jubilees will take place from 2021 until 2030, leading up to that large national jubilee, headed by the Stiklestad National Cultural Center. They are heading a steering group planning a nationwide inclusive and contemporary celebration, and posing the question, what are the pillars of the Norwegian society of today and for the next 1,000 years? And the celebration aims for various encounters, debates, meetings, and also regarding Norway's values. And the 2025 commemoration is a part of this national celebration. The main themes of our 2025 commemoration is first to highlight our migration history of the past 200 years. There are still a number of Norwegians who are in touch with their American relatives, although immigration to the United States did cease some decades after World War II. But the immigration from Norway was a tremendous migration, flow of people who traveled across the Atlantic and created new societies, new communities in the United States. And it had a large effect on US society, but also on Norwegian society, in the fact that many of these immigrants came back after 1880. They brought with them new ideas, a new worldview, and also capital to build Norway. So, in fact, these immigrants were nation builders on 2 continents. We wish to enter new perspectives and told stories and new target groups. We also wish to create a tie between the past and present migration, and to introduce that Norway has gone from being a net immigrant country to a net immigrant country. It's about ethnic identity and adaptation. And the third theme is to build stronger ties with current and future Norwegian diaspora. We'll take a look at these 3 themes here. First, to highlight Norway's immigrant history. Immigration is fascinating because it's made up of individual stories. And all these individual stories make up these large immigration movements. So it's important to try to grasp some of these stories and to present them to the larger public. But also, it's important to present new perspectives on migration history, perspectives that have hitherto not been presented. We wish to include the migration to several continents. The United States is central, but also to show that migration from Norway also had various directions to several continents, not only to the North American continent. Wish to include recent immigration or recent migration streams from Norway, the effects on return migration on Norwegian society, as previously mentioned, and how various forms of freedom can be connected to migration, both in terms of religion, politics, and in developing increased welfare. But also the more negative aspects of migration is important to include here. I mean, the themes that have been silenced and also negative effects tied to the migration process. For instance, what happened to the Native Americans who ceded their land to Norwegian immigrants who prospered on farms previously inhabited and used by, cultivated by Native Americans. The Native Americans were forcibly and moved from their hunting grounds, and also through the signing of treaties, which gave a white European population the chance to enter U.S. society in a serious efforts by U.S. Authorities to create a wide white settlement from coast to coast on the North American continent. We also wish to create a tie between past and present migration, and to create an interest for migration and identity across borders. It's important that our knowledge about Norwegian emigration to the United States can create an understanding of processes connected to contemporary immigration to Norway. And among others, how the negotiation between the immigrant and a host country, a host society, is developing in retaining an ethnic identity or adapting to the values of the new country, of the immigrants' new country. Which are the consequences for children and youth? This is an studied theme. What are the consequences in terms of gender, religion, and ethnicity of immigrants? And we also need to study the creation of hierarchies in terms of privilege, and also racism, and the concept of whiteness. I will explain whiteness here the whiteness is a construct, a social construct, but it pertains to privileges given to a certain population as compared to other groups in the population. For instance, Norwegian immigrants to the United States, they were white, they were Protestant, they were held in high esteem by the Anglo-American population in the United States, which were the guardians of the Constitution and which were on top of a racial hierarchy, where Norwegians were very high up on this hierarchy, but were colored Asians, African Americans, Native Americans were toward the bottom of this hierarchy. And the fact that Norwegians were wanted as immigrants, as white immigrants, and they also enjoyed the privilege of becoming citizens, natural citizens of the United States. They had the right to vote. Of course, men in general, women did not. There was not universal suffrage for women until 1920. But women had the right to buy land, and married women and widows had the right to buy land, and along with men, and Norwegian men and women, and other Nordic groups were also regarded as good citizens. So this whiteness, this privilege, also has been a part of the entrance of Norwegian immigrants to the American middle class, successful adaptation to US society. But it's also important to look at how whiteness and hierarchies are working in Norwegian society in terms of immigrants here. More recent immigration. To build strong ties with current and future Norwegian diaspora, to find out who are the migrants from Norway today and which challenges do they meet. We wish to acquire more knowledge about this group as representatives of Norway's future storytelling. How immigrants now at present and future could be relevant to Norwegian society, and how we can strengthen their ties to the home country is also something that we need to take a look at. And to find some perspectives on future Norwegian diaspora policy. In Denmark, the authorities have built a professional network of expatriates from Denmark with support from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, export organizations, businesses and diaspora organizations. And several hundred Danish expats have said that they're willing to assist Danish businesses with opening doors and to give advice. So this is also something that we can take a look at. I now wish to end my presentation. Thank you for listening. I hope that the presentation has been a relevant part of this International Thor Heyerdahl Day, and thank you.
So I just want to thank Dr. Hjordanger for his presentation. I know it's a little different format when it is on a video, and we have two more on a video. So we, of course, want to give them the space to share their stories. The next one up is Christina Carlton. She's the Executive Director of Norway House, which is based in Minneapolis. and she might say a little bit more about just when Norway House came to be and how it came to be. Augsburg University, which I represent, work closely with Norway House. I actually have a student from Volda coming to Augsburg in the spring semester who's going to be an intern at Norway House in planning and administration. So there's lots of crossovers. And Christina's presentation today is going to be on living side by side, a neighborhood case study in building a relationship among indigenous, long-established immigrant, and newer migrant groups in Minneapolis.
Good afternoon, good morning from Minneapolis. Thank you so much for inviting us to be a part of this conference. My name is Christina Carlton. I'm the Executive Director here at Norway House, and our mission is to connect contemporary Norway and the United States through arts, business, and culture. Thank you so much to everyone for putting this conference on. It's just wonderful to be a part of the Heyerdahl Conference on Migration and Identity. With today's topic in mind, I'd like to present you with a little case study in people living side by side from different backgrounds, balancing ties to their identities with living and working together in community. Let me first show you where we are on the map. So this is the US, and we are here in Minnesota, in the heart of our state's largest city, Minneapolis. As you can see here, we're located quite close, about 3 kilometers away from the event that sadly brought international attention to our city last summer in the killing of George Floyd. And now we finally narrow it down to the neighborhood in our city that Norway House calls home, Ventura Village. It sits among the most diverse neighborhoods in the US with perhaps about 100 languages spoken, and one of them being, of course, Norwegian. We are a neighborhood of migrants, both recent and less recent. 100 years ago, our neighborhood was heavily populated with recent immigrants from Norway and Sweden, and many with few resources and limited English proficiency. A number of important institutions for Norwegians and even Swedes are located close to us, and the Danes, of course. It is also home to Native American or American Indians who have moved from indigenous reservations around our state of Minnesota and the whole US to create a cultural and political hub for American Indians. We will be hearing shortly from Mary Lagarde, Executive Director of the Minneapolis American Indian Center. It was right here in our neighborhood where they formed what became a nationwide movement called the American Indian Movement in the 1970s to reassert indigenous identities in American society. So it is a neighborhood rich in diversity and of particular significance both to American Indians and to Norwegian Americans. Some might even say it is the heart of Norwegian America, here in the most Norwegian big city in the US, in the region of the US where 1/3 of Norway's population migrated in the late 19th and 20th century. Our new cultural center at Norway House shares the block with our older institution, Minnekirken, the Norwegian Lutheran Memorial Church, soon to be celebrating their 100th anniversary, as America's last remaining Norwegian-speaking American church. Between Norway House and Minnekirken, we work to connect the Norwegian Americans to their identity and to modern Norway through arts, business, and culture, and in the case of Minnekirken, faith. We will also be hearing later on from Gunnar Christiansen, current pastor at Minnekirken. It is also this neighborhood and adjoining areas that are the heart of the Somali community, what is the largest urban population of Somalis outside of Africa. Many of our Somali neighbors, in fact, have family ties to Norway and Sweden, and many of them have also lived there. So we Norwegians, when we parade through the streets for 7th Mai and sing songs and wear our Norwegian bunads, our Somali neighbors are perhaps the only other people in the neighborhood not confused on that day. It is now my pleasure to introduce Mary Lagarde, Minneapolis American Indian Center Executive Director, followed by Gunnar Christiansen, pastor at Minneskirken Norwegian Lutheran Memorial Church.
I'll go back a few years. So years ago, it was during the time of relocation with the American Indian population. Our grandparents had lived on the reservations, and this was really generational. And so for instance, myself, my grandparents lived on the White Earth reservation in northern Minnesota, and they were offered the opportunity to leave the reservation and move to a more of a metro area. This particular neighborhood, this was the site where a lot of our families moved to. And over the years, this has really become, you'll see the signs out there. It's the American Indian Cultural Corridor. And, you see a lot of our nonprofit organizations in the community that, provide various services for our American Indian population. We have Little Earth of United Tribes, which is not too far away. And that's home to, about 1,000 American Indians in a 9-block area. And so the community here is, I would say very diverse tribally, but also, there's just a strong connection to one another and to the area. This is where, Minneapolis, St. Paul, this is where the American Indian movement got its start. And, I think, a lot of us, grew up in the days of the American Indian movement. It was very, very vocal, very powerful, through the 70s. And worked a lot for, for the rights, working against police brutality, working against, the mascots, and making changes like that. I think the benefits are definitely that, just being able to share and to get to know one another's culture more. I think that has definitely, been a benefit. We have, we're living in an area where, like you said, it's very diverse. This area has, a large number of Somali, a large number of Latinx, different communities or different, people of color that have moved into the area. And, it does have its benefits. It does have its challenges too. And, I think that when the Somali community first moved in, when they started moving here, I noticed that, there was violence between the American Indian teenagers and the Somali teenagers. And, it was at that time that there were groups that got together and formed a American Indian Somali Friendship Committee to, really work at, addressing, you know, the issues, addressing the violence, having those opportunities for each to get to know each other. And I think that helped. We need to do more of that, you know, amongst all of us. And, you know, just have those opportunities so that, you know, we aren't isolated, you know, that, you know, we are working together and you know, we need more of those friendship committees to spring up and be a part. Just making sure that, you know, this building will be here for generations to come, you know, so that, you know, our grandchildren and those after, you know, have a cultural center that really is grounded in American Indian culture. And, you know, the intent really is that, you know, this will be not only social services, but, you know, a place for community to gather. So our, you know, our community members need that place. You know, they want that place, that gathering place. And, you know, here at the Minneapolis American Indian Center, since, you know, we do have the largest venue, you know, of, you know, our American Indian organizations. We have a full court gym, which gets utilized a lot for powwows, for round dances, and other cultural activities. And so, you know, that will all be here. You know, of course, we'll have office space, and our cafe will be larger, more accessible along the street, and provide healthy indigenous foods.
Hello everyone, my name is Gunnar Christiansen and I'm a current pastor in the Kirken we're standing just in front of right now. And this beautiful church is located in downtown Minneapolis in the Turan neighborhood. You can see when you go inside what a beautiful church we have here. And it's very interesting to see the history of this church from the first years, because it was actually a huge youth gathering and a youth club that initiated to have their own Norwegian-speaking church in this neighborhood. It was not without a fight and not always so happy about that. There was a governor, not in this state, but in a neighbor state, who uttered that no one should speak anything else than American in the churches. So many people have said that we can talk English in our daily language and in our daily use, but when we pray to God and our religious or spiritual language is our hometown, our home language, that we I think we are kind of a special church in many ways, of course also because of our Norwegian heritage, but also because we have more associate members than full members. And the reason for that is that very many are member of their neighborhood church. But when they grew older and their kids no longer go to Sunday school or to youth club in their own neighborhood church, they feel we should also belong to the Norwegian church, because they are Norwegians in their heart still. And then they come here, and then they sign up. So has been rumors that this church has been dying like 100 years because we have always had quite old members. But there are old members coming in all the time. So I think they will still be like that 50 years from now, actually. That is so important to also to strengthen the connections with the indigenous people around here, because Norwegians also have a large group of indigenous people, 6 different groups of Sami populations in Norway. And I've been working with them, particularly with one group called the Peter Sami, the last couple of years. This block now, where Norway House, that you represent, and Minnekirken here, will be a very strong community, Norwegian American community. And I think it will be one of the most, maybe the most significant Norwegian American Center in the US.
Thank you so much for including Norway House and for listening to our presentation today. I hope you've learned something more about our community and our neighbors, and we certainly hope to have you come visit us in the near future and see our new event center here on Franklin Avenue Cultural Corridor. Thank you. Tusen takk.
So thank you to Christina Carlton and Norway House. Also want to thank Vestfold Telemark CountyCounsil and Dan Sivertsen for helping us connect with Norway House and to have them create this video for us. So thank you. The last one that we have for today is Dr. Paul C. Pribenow, who is the president of the university that I work at, Augsburg University. He is going to hold a presentation on hospitality is not enough, equity and inclusion in higher education. So his hope is obviously to share part of the story of Augsburg and what we are doing. He will most likely mention this, but I just want to say it, that we actually now have the minority group be the majority group at Augsburg, which has been a huge goal for Dr. Pribenow, is to make sure that our institution is open to anyone who wants an education. So he will speak to that.
Good afternoon. I'm Paul Pribenow, the president of Augsburg University in Minneapolis in the United States. And it's my great privilege to be coming to you even in this virtual way to share some perspectives on the theme of your important conference today on issues of inclusion and equity, and especially of migration. I have been the president of Augsburg for the past 15 and a half years, and it's been my great pleasure to be a part of a community that has in fact embraced its commitments to serving our immigrant neighbors. And so today I'm going to share my screen with you so that I can tell you a little bit about Augsburg and about the kind of basis for our commitment, but also some specific examples of ways in which we are working with our immigrant neighbors. I've entitled my presentation today, Hospitality is Not Enough, because in fact, one of the things that we've really learned at Augsburg is the need to go beyond simply welcoming people kind of into our community. We also have to think about our work, our responsibility as an institution, both as individuals as well as a community, in fighting for equity and inclusion, both in higher education and in the kind of broader society. Just a few words about Augsburg. If you don't know, we were founded actually by Norwegians who came to the United States in the mid to late 19th century. We have been 150 years in the neighborhood called Cedar Riverside, which is actually in the midst of Minneapolis. And we've lived alongside of our neighbors for that 150 years. And in many ways, throughout that 150 years, often our neighbors have been immigrants from different parts of the world, as we were immigrants ourselves when we were first founded, to now where we are surrounded by immigrants from Somalia, from Ethiopia, from Korea, from Vietnam. And so there's kind of an immigrant sensibility as part of our life as a community. We were founded by Norwegians who also happen to be Lutheran Christians, and they picked as their early motto of Augsburg a very familiar verse from the Gospel of John, which says, and the word became flesh. And so we continue to hold that claim as both a theological claim, but also as a practical claim, that is, we are the word made flesh in the world now. And so how are we living out that gospel claim in the ways in which we live as a community with our neighbors? We also have a very strong commitment to what it means to settle into a neighborhood and to actually make it better. And we have a vocational statement as an institution that says we believe we are called to serve our neighbor. So a very important part of our overall commitment, both to our academic work as an institution, but also to our community engagement. And then finally, we really see our neighborhood as a classroom for democratic engagement. So in fact, as we are working with our immigrant neighbors, we are actually figuring out how to live together, how to navigate life day in and day out alongside of each other, even with our very different life experiences, our different backgrounds, our different religions, all of that comes into the mix, if you will, as we try to think about how we can really equip our students for democratic engagement in their lives once they graduate from Augsburg. Just a quick word, Augsburg is about 3,200 students, both undergraduate students in the US system, those who are traditional college age, 18 to 22. We also have some adult programs for coming back and finishing an undergraduate degree. And then we have 11 different graduate programs now across many different disciplines, social work, nursing, education, business, leadership, fine arts degrees and the like. So a very interesting mix of academic programs and a very diverse student body that at this point, the undergraduate level, we are more than 60% students who come from communities of color. So we've really been transformed over the past 12 or 15 years. And so in many ways, that change in our demographic has challenged us to think about our commitment to equity and inclusion in even more concrete ways. As I mentioned, 150 years, just a couple of years ago, we celebrated our sesquicentennial, our 150th anniversary. It was a tough year to do that because we had to kind of curtail it in the midst of the pandemic, but it was a grand celebration of all that Augsburg stands for. And it's all grounded in our mission, which says that we educate students to be informed citizens, thoughtful stewards, critical thinkers, and responsible leaders. And we also really claim the work of diversity as part of our community. And then we also have commitments to excellence in liberal arts, professional studies, that continue to be guided by the faith and values of the Lutheran Christian Church, and we are shaped by our urban and global settings. We actually have campus sites around the world in Latin America, in south of Africa, as well as in Mexico. And so it's a very important part of our life to be shaped by those places. I want to say just a quick word about what grounds our commitment to equity, to inclusion, and to serving our neighbors. And it starts with our faith commitment. As a Lutheran Christian institution, it really compels us, we believe, to both hospitality and justice, to loving our neighbor. And we live that out in many ways. Certainly we live it out in lifting up our Lutheran Christian faith, but at the same time, we have now become this incredibly diverse, pluralistic faith community in many ways, students coming from many different faith traditions. And so even though we are grounded in a particular commitment, we also believe that that opens us up to the experiences of others, not necessarily because we would ever hope to convert people, but we actually believe that in fact, when we come alongside individuals from different faith traditions, we strengthen our own faith. And so in particular with our Somali Muslim neighbors, that has been a very important dynamic here over the past 15 years. We also have made a commitment to that in many ways. So we have a college chaplain who is Muslim to serve our Muslim students alongside of our Lutheran Christian pastors. And so important part of the kind of spiritual life of our community. We also ground this equity commitment in our academic mission, and in particular in our commitment to the liberal arts, which from our perspective demand of us this openness to kind of ever wider set of perspectives. And so we think about this in the classroom, we think about it on the stage, we think about it in athletics, we think about it in community engagement, and all the different ways in which our students are learning from different angles, different perspectives about the kind of most pressing issues in our world today. And so certainly equity, inclusion, immigrant service to immigrants is an important issue that we face. And so how do we bring the perspectives of our different disciplines, our different life experiences to bear on these questions? And so we see this really as central to what it means to be a liberal arts university and to have that as our primary academic mission. And then finally, we also ground this equity commitment in our belief in democracy. That is that we believe that a democracy actually shaped to travel the road, if you will, together, and to do that with folks who don't necessarily share all of our same experiences and gifts. So that democratic commitment means that in fact our work for equity and inclusion is about making sure that everyone who is on that road of democracy with us has the same opportunities, the same responsibilities as well. And so it's a central part of our work as a university, both on campus and in the broader community. And we live that out in a whole variety of ways. We do a lot of research and writing kind of on this question. And it's also gets played out in our openness and our constant kind of vigilance about what's going on in the demographics of the world. So when you think about this work around migration and serving immigrants, they are an important part of what's happened in our state of Minnesota in terms of our being a resettlement location for them. And so what that means is they come into a community, but yet we still have, as you note here, racial gaps. We still have, despite this, new Americans that have come to our community, we're still struggling with what it means to actually welcome them, but then also help them to be successful. So those are some of the central questions that we take quite seriously as we do our work, with our immigrant neighbors. So I want to provide two case studies of our work with immigrant communities. The first is walking alongside our Somali neighbors in the Cedar Riverside neighborhood. So in our neighborhood, we have the largest population of Somali immigrants. At this point, Somali Americans, they started to come to Minneapolis back in the early 1990s. And so now we are really in a second generation of those. So many of their children are now actually coming to Augsburg, but they're also still our neighbors. So the population of Somalis in the Minneapolis-St. Paul region is actually the largest population of Somalis outside of the city of Mogadishu. So it's just a daily part of our life to walk alongside our Somali neighbors. And then I also want to offer some thoughts on our work with a population of undocumented students. These are students primarily from Latin America, Mexico, who have come to Minnesota with their families, but they're undocumented. They're not officially citizens of the United States, and they're a growing population, but it's a significant kind of political issue in the United States, and it's one that we've leaned into as a university when we've done our work with these students, and it's become an important part of our commitment as an institution to serve these students and to help equip them for success in the American economy. So let me start with our Somali neighbors. So in many ways, this is about just believing that, in fact, we've got to come to the table together. So we have something called the Cedar Riverside Partnership, which is made up of organizational leaders and citizens from the community that come together regularly to think about how we can make our neighborhood safer, how we can make it more economically viable, how we can meet the needs of youth, for example, who are a particularly growing population. And so it starts with this notion that we're actually in this together. We're about walking alongside of each other in this neighborhood and making it a safer and stronger place for all of us. But it's also about student success. So for us, we're a university. We want students to come to us, get a great education. So we also are involved in a whole variety of efforts that are actually creating pipelines, if you will, for our immigrant neighbors to come, maybe to Augsburg, but perhaps to another university. But that commitment reaching back into middle and high school, so back to 12 to 18-year-olds, with something like our Minnesota Urban Debate Program, which specifically our Somali Debate Initiative, which teaches the tactics of debate to students while they're still before they get to college. And we know, in fact, have lots of evidence that those skills that they learn in a debate program actually prepare them to go and to be successful in college. So just one example of how we're really reaching back before they actually get to university to create those pathways for success. We are also thinking then about what can we do in programs that we run to actually put teachers back in schools who actually look like the immigrants that they are teaching. And that has been a huge challenge. There's a huge gap in Minnesota and actually across the United States in teachers of color. So we have actually developed a program specifically to educate the future teachers who are East African. And so a growing number of these Somalis and others are coming to us for the sake of getting a teacher's license so that they can go back into the schools and teach these immigrant students that are a growing population. And so one of the very specific initiatives, again, that we're undertaking to serve our immigrant neighbors. We also very much focus on youth work in the neighborhood. We know that the youth, the Somali youth, especially young men, have had real challenges with unemployment. We know that there's always the challenges of gangs that they may join if they're not being kind of engaged in other ways. And so we've been working with both boys and girls. And this particular example is of a group of Somali girls who came forward and wanted to learn how to do a business. And so they partnered with our business program, our business faculty and students, formed a business plan. Ultimately, were able to lease space right near our campus, and they opened something called the Sisterhood Boutique, which is a secondhand clothing store, which they received donations, and then they learn how to run the business. They learn about fashion. They learn about how all the ins and outs of what it means, and then ultimately, if they intern at this boutique, we offer them scholarships to come to Augsburg to pursue their further education. So just another way that we're creating that sense of connection. Then I want to say just a little bit about our work with undocumented and DACA, which is the program specifically that President Obama established that actually gave undocumented students a status that allowed them to work and to be able to go to school. And so this is a program that has gone through a lot of changes, and I'm just going to give you a quick sense of the timeline on this. So early on, just shortly after I became president at Augsburg, we knew there were undocumented students. In fact, they were starting to come to us, but of course they couldn't receive any kind of aid outside of what we could offer them. And so we had to make a commitment, and we did, that we believed that these students, with their kind of great ability, that in fact they were going to be important to the economic prosperity of our country going forward. And so we made a commitment to fund them, to bring them to campus. And so for several years, we had wonderful students like the young man featured here, Uwe Meza, who actually became the student government president while he was a student at Augsburg. And ultimately, this started also then as we were thinking about this commitment to what it meant to say as an institution that we were committed to students no matter their national or ethnic origin. So you see their official action taken by our Board of Regents to support those students. And Uwe has gone on to law school. And so we start to see examples of these undocumented students who came in a very difficult situation and ultimately were successful at Augsburg and are now doing remarkable things in the world. As we moved forward then, again, DACA was then created in 2012. There is the official name, the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, which allowed them some relief from deportation. In our state, the state government in Minnesota passed what was called the Minnesota DREAM Act, which actually allowed us to make eligible our undocumented students for some state support, state tuition support, which meant that more of them were able to come to Augsburg, and we had a growing number of these students coming to us. And then it started to become something which many organizations were formed to support these students, both while they were still in high school and then moving on to higher education. So this organization, United We Dream, was founded, and just trying to think through all of the barriers that these students potentially faced. And so we were able to be a part of that effort and to, in some ways, strengthen each other's work. But then, of course, what happened in 2016 in the election of Donald Trump put a lot of these efforts that had gone on there for 7 or 8 years really in jeopardy. And so many of us had to kind of be very careful to keep our students safe because there was the threat that somehow the government might come and find them and deport them. We're trying to help them to be successful, even as we knew that they were under great stress and anxiety because of the situation. We actually had something called a campus climate action team that was just constantly scanning for any of these kind of challenges. And we were very active, both at the state and federal levels, in kind of advocating for policy changes. As you may know, President Trump repealed or attempted to repeal DACA in 2017. There were challenges that went back and forth over the entirety of his term as president. And then the good news that came on January 20th on President Biden's first day in office when he issued an executive order that reinstated the DACA program. And I would just, all of this is kind of in the weeds, if you will, about American politics, but it is important to say that when you have a commitment to serving immigrants, no matter where you are always going to be in a particular political, social context that in fact could affect your ability to do what you really want to do, what you really think is important to do as an institution. When I stand at our commencement ceremonies and look at the students come across the stage, just some pictured here. This is why we do this work, because we believe that these remarkable students who come, again, with such diverse life experiences, backgrounds as refugees, as immigrants, as students who just faced huge barriers and obstacles, but to be able to come to Augsburg, to know that we have these programs in place that will support them, help them to be successful, and then to know that as they walk across that stage, they have a door that's been opened for them that allows them to go forward into the world and do remarkable things, and they are doing remarkable things. this also shows you how we think about on the other end, that is, as students arrive. This was the traditional class photo that we take when our students arrive in this fall to begin their academic life at Augsburg. And so this was the class of 2026, the one that arrived just a couple of months ago. And you can see actually in the faces in this picture just how diverse our student body is and what a privilege it is to have such a diverse community and one that's so deeply committed to equity and inclusion in so many ways. I want to say just a quick word about a couple other initiatives then that are campus-based ways that we're supporting our students. So this program called the Sankofa Circle Fellowship was actually founded this year by Joanne Reek there in the lower left, who is our Vice President for Equity and Inclusion. And she has colleagues who are working with her, and Chris and Kate. And they've actually developed a mentor and scholarship program for our African and African-American students, which includes mentoring. So there are opportunities for them to meet with alumni of color, other leaders from the community. But this entire program has been designed to help our students also to understand some of the Pan-African principles that can guide their life. And so in addition to financial support, to mentoring, they're also learning much more about their own history and much more about what difference that history can make and those principles can make for their success in the world. So we're very proud of this program. It's generating a lot of interest among our students, but it's also bringing us a lot of philanthropic support from alumni and friends who care deeply about our work. And so I just give this as an example of where we're trying to lean into our commitments to equity and inclusion, not just as rhetoric, but actually in very concrete ways that we're attempting to serve our students and our community. This is a picture. I love showing this picture to our Norwegian friends because this is a new building that was opened at Augsburg in 2018. It's called the Hagfors Center for Science, Business, and Religion. And I always like to point out that the colors that you see near the windows, the oranges and yellows and reds, were actually all picked because we took a picture of the banks of a fjord in Norway and found the colors that were in those banks and then brought those colors in so that we could actually honor our heritage as an institution founded by Norwegians and be reminded every day of how important that heritage is, even as we've become a place of deep diversity, a place that's committed in so many ways to equity and inclusion. We know that we continue to share that work with our Norwegian colleagues, and we're so proud to be a part of that effort. So I know this wasn't perhaps the easiest way to engage, and I'm sorry that I'm not able to be with you in order to engage in conversation, but I hope this gives you some sense, some flavor, if you will, of how one particular institution, one that has deep roots in its Norwegian and Lutheran Christian heritage, actually is attempting to do important work in commitment to equity, inclusion, and service to our immigrant neighbors on a day-to-day basis. So thank you so much for this opportunity, and I hope we might have a chance in future years to come together in person and to share these important work.
So thank you to Paul. One of the things I just want to say about Paul that amazes me, and he didn't share this, but during commencement, when people come up and grab their diplomas, very commonly, especially from Norway or Europe, we shake hands, right? So the student come up, they grab the diploma, and then we shake hands. And Paul realized that there were a few students that didn't come to commencement because they were women from Islamic background and said, I can't touch you. And so Paul decided, well, I can change because I want you up on that stage. So what he did was saying to all the students, you come up, I'm not going to necessarily touch you, I will give you the diploma, and I'm just going to say, congratulations. And I just feel like that is such a beautiful way of showing that I respect you. I can still congratulate you without needing to show my cultural sort of way of doing things. And I just want to name that because I just think that is such a beautiful story and gives you a perspective really on who Paul Pribbenau is in our community at Augsburg. Another thing I just want to say too is that the acknowledgement of land is something that's big at Augsburg. So in Minneapolis, St. Paul, we have two rivers. We have the Mississippi River and we have the Minnesota River, and they meet. And in the Dakota language, that's called Bedote. And the Dakota people think that they originated from that place, out of the mud. And it's a beautiful place. You should really Google it. It's called Bedote. I think that when two rivers meet, it's called Bedote, no matter where in the world it happens. But it's a very, very beautiful place in our region. And so whenever we have commencement, whenever we have meetings, this is the way that I open up our orientation for international students, is to read out the acknowledgement of whose land we're actually standing on. And this little, it's really just a paragraph, but it's created by an Indigenous student on campus. So we are at the close end of an amazing day. I think our heads are full of new and inspiring thoughts and ideas and research. I think it's important for us, and I will really speak from my own perspective in terms of being a person who has immigrated or emigrated out of Norway, immigrated into the United States, but with a person of enormous privilege. I talked to Beate about this 2 days ago, about what does it meant for you to emigrate to Minneapolis. And in a lot of ways, for me, it's been like I've been welcomed as a royal person because I'm white and because I'm Norwegian. And that is far from how many people experience coming to a new place. So I think that's really important for us to think about as really, really brave people that have to move from their home countries into a new place, how they feel when they come, and what we can do as a community of the world as we're welcoming them either into our country or helping them shepherd to other countries. I'm going to end there. I think that I'm going to give the word to Ambassador Corman first as a thank you, and then we're going to go to Beate, who's going to say something, and then finally our amazing host, Ambassador for the Turkish. So I think we're going to end there. But thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you so much again, Ambassador Knut, for having us in the space. And hopefully on November 10th in 2022, we'll be someplace together again. So thank you.
Multidimensional event, but it shows how complex is the world and how good it would be for us to look at this complex phenomenon from different perspectives. And today it was a good example. We learned a lot from different perspectives. For example, I knew in general terms that some Norwegians migrated to America earlier in two centuries of migration. I even remembered in this presentation, the last one that I was watching, I remember one of my colleagues, a U.S. ambassador, my counterpart from U.S. Was telling me, we were chatting after an international meeting in Geneva. He told me that he would spend a couple of more days in Europe going up to Norway. And I asked why. He said that I will go to find my roots in rural Norway. Apparently, he is one of the migrants who went to America much earlier. I mean, his parents, of course, maybe a couple of generations ago. So what I took from this experience here is that, you know, as I was telling about we Turks, actually you Norwegians are also having the same multiple roles. You have been receiving new migration to your country now, and you are in an upper hand in that regard. You can choose, you can help them, you can ask them to do this and that, but it was also the same Norwegians, maybe some time ago, who migrated to Americas and had a different experience. Of course, all the experiences are different in many ways. And our ability to understand how the Norwegians now helping new migrants in the United States is a very interesting example, and how good they have been in organizing this is actually something that we can all learn, take lessons. And I would like to thank everyone that contributed to this event, and I have this opportunity as an ambassador. We are talking about aggregates in our talks. We are bringing the subjects to generalizations and the numbers and in large terms, but one should not lose touch to the individual level, and this event gave me a chance to understand at a very local level, at a very individual level, how these subjects, these concepts that we are talking are working at that level, and how it is affecting the aggregate in general. And that was the most valuable part in my, from my perspective. I would like to thank everybody and wish that this kind of events would be repeated, would be seen in many other areas in Norway, and especially this connection. This person, Thor Heyerdahl, was such a person that made this connection years ago, and the local community is having this picture or this window open to the world, and they are still enjoying from this opportunity. This actually is a good example to be replicated, to be repeated elsewhere. Thank you very much indeed.
Contributors, and I must say that I feel so warm in my heart. I'm so proud of the Vestfold Museum and the Thor Heyerdahl Institute doing this together also for the first time, because the Institute merged with the Museums of Vestfold in 2020. So even though it is for the Institute 15th year anniversary, this is the first time I'm doing it together with the Museums of Vestfold inside. So this morning I was a little bit nervous. No, I'm only happy. I feel good. I think, just to be honest, that we have done a kind of humble contribution to the UNESCO conference program today on the World Science Day for Peace and Development, which is exactly today. And that was very important for us also. When it comes to developing Thor Heyerdahl's legacy, I must say that I'm very grateful that I have been able to work in his footsteps for so many years. So also having you, the daughter here, and Bettina always supporting, and also the Thor Heyerdahl family always supporting. I would like to share with you some words from him that he sent to the Institute in 1999, because we had to ask him, can we use your name on this institute? What do you think? That was also before I started up working. But I collected these words and I share it with you now. So this is what he wrote to the Institute. There is an urgent need for building bridges across ethnic diversity, national borders, and political and religious factions. Any science thinker and wise person with a global vision who seeks to contribute towards disentangling this explosive situation should be encouraged to speak out. And this is in 1999. That is something to believe, and that is something that I'm very, very inspired by when I work with Thor Heyerdahl. He was talking about global environment, 1970, after Kon-Tiki expedition, 1940, late 40. So in a way, he was always moving forward. And that's what I'm thinking also. When you work at the Institute, you have to go forward all the time. That I like. So I just want to say that I am very grateful, I'm very humble. I must say that also the Norwegian Americans that contributed with videos from Norway House and from Augsburg University, President Paul Pribenow, Christina Carlton, Executive Director of Norway House, the priest, and also the one from the Anno Museum, Dr. Joranger Terje. I just must say that thank you so much for being in this COVID time able to contribute at the conference. And I give the words to you, Jaroslav. I must say that being in your home, doing the conference, because we have done it in the United States, we have done it at universities, also in Norway, other places, I must say it has been a special occasion to be in your home. So thank you for your kindness and thank you for your hospitality. And I just give the last chance for you to talk now. Thank you.
Yes, thanks a lot, Beate. And because all important was already said, I think. And then I have the last task to express my thanks. So my first thanks go to the Beate and Vestfold Museum and Thor Heyerdahl Institute, and of course to the family, to Bettina and Pavel coming from the Czech Republic, despite of the COVID situation. And to all distinguished speakers for fantastic and very, very interesting contributions. And last but not least, to my colleagues from Embassy, for Embassy team that enable us to be here and that fixed really all matters like food and drinks, and my colleagues made really good job. So I wish all of you good success in the future. I would like to join the words of my distinguished colleague Ambassador of Turkey, that let's say this very nice tradition of Thor Heyerdahl's legacy will successfully continue in the future. Thank you very much and have a nice day. Thanks a lot.